I forgot about that. Hello, everyone. How we doing today? Let me start the background music. Sorry about the noise. It's been a little bit. How we doing? How we doing on this fine Sunday evening? That scared me. Sorry, Clavis. Sorry. The sounds aren't supposed to activate unless one of you does it. But I always forget if I switch the scene sometimes. It's just like, hey, I'm gonna throw every sound that you don't have turned off right now at you all at once. So that's great. But you know, it's let me make sure that I have my alerts turned on because I've been doing a lot of recording and not a lot of streaming. They should be on this one. Don't worry, chat. Don't worry. Guys, I know it's okay. They're turned on. Okay. I know it was a black stream. I'm back. It's okay. Okay, guys. Excuse me. I also selected the ultra low latency. No problem, Withered. I saw the message and I was like, oh, I've never modded Withered. What the heck? What am I doing? I'm slacking. That's what I'm doing. Miss Weech is here. Let me see if I can grab her. Real quick. Come here. Oh, she's camera shy. She knows that I'm streaming. Come on, sweetie. Say hi. Yeah. Okay, you can go now. Oh, not that way, please. Ow, that hurts. Wish my cat was that fluffy. She's so adorable. I love this one. This one's one of my favorites. I say having 3 cats. I love all of them, actually. They're all my favorites. Except one of them. I'm mad at one of them specifically because she clawed my face today. Oh boy, are we already starting with this? Is this Mio? Hang on, where is... I have to look over here in order to see... Thank you, Mio, for the 5 members. Actually, speaking of which, I can do that as well. Let's, yeah, send 5 now. You know what? Everyone's getting memberships today. I haven't streamed it a little bit. There we go, because YouTube lets me do that for free occasionally. And today's one of those days. I gotta get my keys out of my pocket or else I'm gonna stab myself a couple of times. Oh. Nice and comfy, cozy. You sniped me by one. When he played Hollow Knight. Your new video? Do you have a new video out right now, Withered? By the way, it should be low latency, so I should be able to see you guys pretty quickly today, which is what I'm hoping for, because I don't know how much, like, actual game time we're going to be doing, because we're going to be, you know, we're going to be theorizing. Releases in 2 hours. Withered, I will redirect them. I will tell them to go be absolute chads and check out your video in 2 hours, or, like, whenever I'm finished. Whenever I'm finished. I don't know if we're going to be done in 2 hours. This could be a 2-hour endeavor. I've never done this. In fact, I don't remember how TD does this. So, do I need to turn this down? Is this too loud for you guys? Is this at a good level? It's kind of loud for me. I must have messed with some sounds, but like if you guys are fine, then we're good. Speaking of sounds, we have to turn on the sound effects. That way you guys can throw things at me. That's what the whole points are for. Okay, I think they're all on. Anyway, I've babbled long enough in order to let you guys trickle in. Today, we are going to be trying to theorycraft live. I have 2 theories. Campbell is dead. I'm so sorry, Withered. I'm so sorry. Mio, thank you again. I saw it come in before it came up here. Thank you so much for the 5 members. Today, we are going to be attempting to theorycraft live. I have two, count them 2, that I'm thinking of doing, and I literally cannot decide on which one I want to do first. I'll give you, like, a very brief idea of what this is going to entail, and then you guys can vote on which one we're going to work on today. We have what I'm going to call network theory. which is basically the fact that we kind of see.
Why, hello there, old boy.
Hello, Ethan. We kind of see in the week before, I believe in FNAF 3, and in we even kind of see it in Security Breach, that the animatronics work on a network. That way they're able to communicate with one another in order for the performances to kind of work together. This, I think, kind of like is a big reason as to why the souls are able to communicate with one another, is that once the kids die and their souls kind of inhabit the animatronic, they go into this network, which is kind of what FNAF World is. And the week before kind of gave me this weird idea that like, oh, hey, maybe this means that like, because all the animatronics and people who aren't even animatronics, like, hi, Rosie. Hi, sweetie. Do you want to come up here? This one's my other favorite. You want to come here? The week before does this thing where it's like, hey, Bronwyn Light dies and starts saying, it's me instantly. Like, as you hear the Golden Freddy sound effect, in the week before, the book. Is she, like, getting, like, taken over by Golden Freddy? So that's what kind of network theory is going to go into, that, like, maybe Golden Freddy has this weird ability in order to add things to that are part of its network into itself to make itself stronger. And then we have... I don't really have a fun name for this one. I just want to talk about Remnant and why it is like 7 different colors throughout this franchise. So I want to talk about what Remnant is, what we see it capable of doing both in game and in books. And I even think that I have a possible real world equivalent of what Remnant could be, because of like all the states of matter that we see it in. 14 viewers and only 1 like. I haven't even liked. Oh my god. Chat, we all need to like the stream. How do I get to my own stream from here? If I do this? No. If I do this, this should work. You might hear me for a second.
That winning.
Shut up. Shut up. Gambling ad. Okay. Incredible. I'm not... But yeah, I want to talk about Remnant. I want to maybe delve into She's Always Nervous's Remnant Plex a little bit, and talk about why we're starting to see more and more Remnant in the franchise, and why it's so vastly different every single time we're seeing it. So yeah, those are kind of the 2 theories. I'll put a poll in chat. You guys like polls? You guys like polls? We'll try a poll. Engage with the audience. Start a poll. Which do we do? Question mark. Yes and no. Yes, those are going to be your options. Which do we... No. We do network theory. And then we do...
Why, hello there, old boy.
Question mark. Because I don't have a full name for this. So that we can also come up with a fun theory name today. Start poll. I'm done yapping. I'll be able to look at what you guys are saying now a little bit more, now that I got most of that out of the way. Let's dislike the stream. No! Okay, Terminal, what has happened since September 2025 in the... September 2025. Let me see... When did... Secret of the Mimic release? June. July, August, September. Okay, so June is Secret of the Mimic. Since then, I believe we've only gotten the movie as like an official release, but we've had a lot of like little teaser. Oh, we might have also had what is that book? It's the Ultimate Guide 2.0 or something. Bad book. Do not get the book. It is an awful book, and the only thing that is of worth value in it is possibly a thing called Chica's Secret Party. We still have no idea what this thing is. So, like, it could be valuable, but it might not be. And we might never see the light of, whatever this is, see the light of day. So yeah, those are like the 2 big releases. We've had a couple of like things that the FNAF community like took out of proportion. Like we were like, oh yeah, we thought this was gonna be a teaser towards something, because Leon Riskin, the guy who makes most of the music that you're probably hearing right now, he's the guy who was dropping teasers for something called Forgotten Names and Faces was one of the things that we were calling it, and the other thing was FNAF Abyss. Turns out that was like a fan project, so a lot of people were getting excited for a couple of weeks, up to like a month or two, and then it turned out to not be a main series thing. We also had, what was the other one? Oh, the Chica Secret Party. Somebody like saw the Chica Secret Party thing, and they were also working on a fan game, and they were like, we're gonna try and use this to our advantage, and like made a whole website and everything that people were like looking into the code for. Crazy thing. It was like a crazy 3-day event that I believe Nero Raven was the guy who, because he was like looking at it constantly. Every like 5 minutes he was refreshing that thing, and like they slipped up on one little detail, and like it dominoed effect into them just being like, this isn't real, guys. Like we were just messing with you. We have something that you guys can play eventually, but like it's not what you guys want. What are we voting on? Which theory that we're going to be covering, expanding upon today? Chica's Secret Session New Party is interesting. Golden Freddy's, Fredbear, and Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, all 3 bears. That's true. Oh, and I think they've announced that the other update that's like the only update that we've gotten in the actual like pure, how do I say this? Like something from Scott and Steel Wool is that we're getting a VR port sometime in the spring. So it could be like tomorrow, or it could be like in 2 months from now when spring is about to end. We're going to put a conspiracy hat on here for a minute, okay? While you guys are like sitting there voting, thinking about which wonderful theory we're going to be doing, I'm going to put my conspiracy hat on for a second. When we got the previous VR games, fantastic music for conspiracy, I know. When we got the previous 2 VR games, Help Wanted 1 and Help Wanted 2, right? Those games got their flat mode 6 months later, about 6 months for each one. This game that was originally being marketed as a VR game that was also going to have flat mode capabilities didn't release with didn't release with VR capabilities, and we're almost an entire year after its release, and only now are we getting VR support. Something's not adding up here. Something is not adding up. And I vaguely remember when people were going through the code when we got Secret of the Mimic, there was a position in the code for a 4th ending to the game. I don't know if that's going to be what we get out of this. It could have just been a placeholder, but it's interesting to think that there was a 4th ending that was it was coded into the game, but we just couldn't like there was no way to access it because they didn't fully fledge it out. It was just like, you know, a simple if statement. If this, then you get this ending. If this, you get this ending. There was a 4th location for an ending, and we don't have a 4th ending. But this update that we're supposed to get, that's just supposed to give us VR capabilities, is apparently like they haven't said we're getting anything other than VR. But I'm suspicious. I'm very suspicious. Something else feels like it's being packaged into this, and all they're gonna say is that it's VR. It's similar to like the silhouette that we got, right? After Secret of the Mimic released, and then they did their first big update in order to get rid of a lot of bugs. If you look through the window in the main office area, you'll now see a black silhouette just going back and forth in the other window that you can see. And like a lot of people are like, what is this? What is this thing? Like, is it Edwin? Is it just supposed to be what's his name? The paper guy. The paper guy. Mail call. That guy. You know? Is it just supposed to be him? No idea. No idea. Anyway, that's all I wanted to talk about with that. I think I've given you guys enough time. You guys want to work on network theory? Interesting. Interesting. Not the one that I thought you guys would have wanted. But we can work with this. We can work with this. Okay. I'll end the poll here. My name is Edwin. I made the mimic. So, network theory. Let me pull up the Google Doc that I have on this, because not gonna lie, I did start thinking about this just a little bit. Not too much though. Not too much, okay? Let me share my screen. Should be this one. No, where did I go? Where did everything go? Ah, guys, this is the time to panic. This is the time to panic. Actually, where did I go? Oh, there's me. Got it. And we'll just do window capture. That should work, right? It should be looking for... There we go. Whoops. You guys can see the link. You guys can... that me moving it didn't work! What the heck? It's fine. It should be closed off anyway. Hang on. I dragged it off the screen and now I can't get it. Where did it go? Okay, I found it. Okay, how do I do this without you guys? Right-click the source, then center. Center. Transform. Fit to screen. Turn it on. There we go. Okay, and then we're gonna do this. No, not that one. Alt should be yes. There we go. Perfect. Wonderful. Guys, definitely don't go back 30 seconds and try and access this. I don't think you... Why is it so small? What? What did I do? Bro, I can't... Huh? Not terminal acted. No, I have a computer science degree. Don't make fun of me, okay? I know computers. Why is it doing this? Here, let me refresh. Oh, that fixed it. Okay. We're great, guys. We're great. We're doing good. Okay. That degree sure is useful right now. Oh. Shut up, Clevis. Don't say anything. Okay. So, like I said, not a lot here, okay? So we're gonna have to start filling this out. I'm gonna actually turn down the funky FNAF music. Not up. Turn it down just a tad more so I can... That's not what you're supposed to see. That's also not what you're supposed to see. Where did I put it? There we go. That should be good. Perfect. Got that degree in the stone. What do you mean? No, I'm not that old. This degree mean he only knows computers to a degree. Okay. Okay. I see how this is gonna be. Anyway, so we have the document right here. In fact, I'm gonna do what Markiplier said to do. And because when I'm looking at the document, I'm looking this way. How do I flip? Transform, flip, vertically, horizontally. Perfect. Incredible. Oh my god, Markiplier is so smart. So now whenever I'm looking at chat, I'll be looking over here, even though you guys are over there. And then whenever I'm looking at... Perfect. Wonderful. This is fantastic. Oh my god. So we have the document here that we're going to fill out with beautiful, beautiful theory stuff, right? And then also, we have the whiteboard behind me if I feel like using it. I moved it from the corner of the room, which is a mess, and it took me like 10 minutes just to move it. All right. But we have it, and I cleaned it. It's almost perfectly clean. So let's swap to here. Pull you guys back up. If you need more evidence for network theory in the Twisted ones, the Twisted animatronics are all connected to the same network. That's how Springtrap could... Excellent, Clavis. No, that's actually incredible. Hang on. Twisted ones, and then we'll just go to... I like this one better. I like this wiki better. I don't know if there's a better one. I like this one. All right. Functionality. I'm sure it says it here. Their illusion discs emit high-pitched audio. Animatronics seem to have shared personality traits. In this case, they are all subservient purely to their creator, William Afton, but have also exhibited relentlessness when chasing their victims and ruthlessness when killing them. Okay, so that line right right about here, that's kind of what Clavis was just saying, which is important. Okay, this is kind of the detail that we're looking for right here, is that the animatronics work on a singular network. We very clearly see this in the FNAF 2 movie. Silver eyes. So we'll put actual like evidence down here. The week before, we're going off of memory here because I don't feel like going through the actual book. Explain how network theory for me again. Okay, so network theory. Network theory is basically saying that all the animatronics work under the same network, right? So like Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, they all run off of one network, which allows them to do things like, you know, whenever music starts playing, they can all sync up to the exact same music. That's the basic like understanding that we already have. Like the week before tells us, the FNAF 2 movie tells us that, FNAF 3 and the Silver Eyes kind of like are extending that though. They're extending it to the idea that someone can control the animatronics that are under the same network. And eventually I want to get to the point of saying that Security Breach is working off of that exact same network. They're just basically taking that network and readjusting it for each set of animatronics down the line. I feel like Puppet has great network such choreography controlled. Yes, the kind Will wanted perhaps. Exactly. Especially in the movie where we actually get to see that the puppet has the whole lost my entire train of thought right now because of the bop that just popped on. You guys can hear the music, right? You should be able to. Dun, dun. Yeah, you guys should be able to. Perfect. The animatronics are just very sociable and food at networking. I feel like, but yeah, like we see it very clearly in some media where like the puppet in the FNAF 2 movie is able to control all the toy animatronics, and I think even the withered animatronics. But that network is separate from the network that we see in the first movie, because she's not able to control those animatronics in any way. So basically taking network theory, combining it with the idea that the Pizzaplex is just most of the locations built on top of one another, it's going to start with us just being like, yeah, they kind of, you know, they move around, and like whenever music starts playing, they can sync up to the music, and that's what the network was originally made for. And it's going to end with, not only can some people kind of like abuse the network for their own advantages, they've also been using the exact same network for most of the locations. Specifically, Security Breach is like gonna be our example there, where it's built off of a previous thing that we've seen. And that's why something like William Afton, Burntrap, is able to connect to the network and hack into Freddy and the other animatronics very easily. Fiona Wires of Doom. Like how the kids in Ennard were able to kick Baby from the network, possibly. That actually is a good point. Because actually, that's an amazing point that we should put on here. Baby and the Fun Times. So I believe that off of this theory, Baby was supposed to basically be what we saw the puppet be in the movie, where the puppet was the ringmaster controlling all the animatronics. And William wanted Baby to be that for these animatronics, these specific animatronics that he made. But something wasn't right. Fiona, or probably more accurately, the remnant that was pulled from the original animatronics, was not syncing up correctly with the network, this new network that was being made. So we see Baby work well with the other spirits until it comes to the time where they're like, you know what? We realize that we don't need you anymore, you know? Like, why don't you just get on out of here? So we'll have to try and figure out a better reason as to why that's happening. And even though I love Vengeful Fiona, I'm going to try and stay away from that, okay? Yes, we could always use that as evidence. And I will probably say that in most videos where I'm like, this is Vengeful Fiona evidence. Oh, sorry, guys. I think I blacked out there. I'll probably do something like that in most of my videos because I love Vengeful Fiona. But I don't want everything that I ever say anymore to be Vengeful Fiona. So I'll probably like poke fun at it a couple of times in the future. And I still believe in it. Don't you worry. Vengeful Fiona is absolute peak. But I think it's very smart to, if you're going to make a theory, try to not base it off of like 17 other theories. And I'm already trying to basically say that Fazburger is kind of like a confirmed theory. So I don't want to do that too many times, but being like, oh yeah, but also Vengeful Fiona is confirmed, because it's not. Let's face it. Let's face it. It's not. And Fazburger also not confirmed. Lots of evidence. All right. Incredible amount of evidence, and something about it is correct. All right. We obviously see the FNAF 6 building underneath the Pizzaplex, but I can't say that every theory that I like is true. I have to draw a line somewhere, and I'll do it with my own theory. I'll say that Vengeful Fiona might work here, but we're going to try and find another way around it. I think Will and Henry into Mex's. Elizabeth is 100% like Vanessa. They are best friends. Charlie, this is canon. I also eventually do want to do a video on that topic as to why these two characters are, but that'll be another time. So, week before specifically states that when the music, speaking of music, funky FNAF music. Perfect. Incredible. There we go. When the music begins to play, all the animatronics, I think all of them except Foxy react to it. Except Foxy. I forgot the C. Thank you. When the music begins to play, all the animatronics except Foxy, which is probably because he's not linked up to the music portion of the network. He's in the same network. There's something that Ralph does that I think shuts all of them off, or like paralyzes all of them for like a brief second. But in this case, whenever, no. It does work on Foxy. The one it doesn't work on is Golden Freddy, now that I'm remembering. Okay, so Golden Freddy. When the music begins to play, all the animatronics except Golden Freddy begin moving back to the stage for the performance. Perfect. Wonderful. My memories of his sister are blocked. He doesn't remember Cassidy. He thought Elizabeth the robot was his sister. Could this connect to the Princess Quest arcades, as when Gregory does them, Glitch Trap loses control over Vanessa? That is something that I eventually do want to lead this into. Yes, that, because like the arcades themselves are able to communicate with one another. You're not allowed to play 2 or 3 unless you play the previous one. So that might also work for 4. It's, I don't think confirmed, but it's like highly like speculated that that's exactly how it works for 4. So whoever we played Help 1 and 2, it most likely played 1, 2, and 3. But yes, that is something that I want to lead this into as well, is that the arcade, it's basically going to be a light version of Vengeful Fiona. It's going to be Vengeful Fiona, except she's running the network. That's what this is. Vengeful Fiona, but like slightly altered. Like without Fiona, basically. So like everything is going to be connected. Because I say that in the last video, I believe, is that Fiona is connected to everything in the Pizzaplex, from the announcement, the speaker overhead, because we hear Dispatch's voice. We also have the arcade cabinets. We have the toys themselves, because now we know that the Mycelium Men turned out to be some sort of like something that was able to listen and watch everything that people were doing at all times, that most likely carried over into future toys that people were having, including the plush Fredbear that we see in FNAF 4, and later on with Nightmarion. So yeah, like it's all going to be connected into one singular mega network that they're like collecting. It's going to be a data center. Oh my God, it's a data center. It's an AI data center. They're just collecting all this data on people in order to like use it later. Like how terminal will be copied. No. This is different. This is different, you see. Definitely not almost the exact same thing. No, it's not the exact same thing. I promise. I promise you, I think this is more interesting. Okay. I have FNAF 2 here. I don't remember. There must have been a specific voice call that I was thinking of. So, do you guys mind if we start listening to FNAF 2 and FNAF 3 voice calls? Because I know FNAF 3 says this. FNAF 3, I believe, says that the whenever the suits are out of suit mode, whenever they're in animatronic mode, they are made to sync back up to the network in order to perform, right? So I want to get the exact wording here. So let me FNAF 2 phone calls. Look at that. It's something that I've already searched up. These ones are kind of long. Shut up. You're not getting a free ad out of me. Guys, avoid your eyes. Guys, it's another ad. Avoid your eyes. Avoid them. Okay. Oh my God. What is this? What is this? Like, I moved to the beginning of the video because I don't remember what I'm doing. And tire theory. Oh my God, that's ridiculous. Okay, so we're gonna put this on a 2x speed. How does that sound? It's not playing. Maybe a little slower. YouTube ad system. Uh, I don't think it's gonna be on night one because he doesn't really talk about the actual animatronics themselves and like what they're capable of. Maybe it's in sensory. Advanced mobility means they can do parkour. No, it's talking about Mangle being able to stick to the ceiling. Duh. What do you think the network actually is? The Mimic program or something? Hello, puzzle theorist. I believe it is going to be something Mimic related because I think, obviously, I think that Fiona is the Vengeful Spirit, and the Vengeful Spirit has control over UCN, and we see the same. Shut up. Let me speak. In case you're saying something also more important. Whoever the Vengeful Spirit is like the person who's doing Ultimate Custom Night. And we see Old Man Consequences in Ultimate Custom Night is able to do the same thing that he does in Help Wanted. So it shows that whatever these two things are in the same network. Something is like connecting these two together. And I think it's going to be that it's like they're two different like programs running. One, which is supposed to be where all like the kids and stuff are like living and like they continue to exist, and they might not even really realize that anything's wrong, other than they look like their favorite Freddy character. I don't know. But then we get to Ultimate Custom Night, which is like another pocket spot where William and the Vengeful Spirit are going to be sitting there clashing with each other for as long as it takes for William to get out. Is FNAF World on the network? I think it is. I think think FNAF World is going to be a part of this network. The way that I'm imagining it is the Mexis machine is housing the FNAF World and Ultimate Custom Night in just separate pockets of its RAM or whatever. So that's how I'm looking at it right now. I just need to find evidence for that as to FNAF World being a network of things. Yeah. So we'll have to go through some FNAF World stuff too. LMC is M0. It's Edwin Mimic, the Moon King, Presidential Spirit. Then why is the picture of the one you should not have killed, the little kid, is that David? That's what I think that the Vengeful Spirit and one you should not have killed are two people. The one you should not have killed is David, and he's the one you should not have killed, not because he's the one who's getting vengeful about dying, but because his mother is getting vengeful for killing her son. That, and the long time of just being so utterly alone, and all the things that I put in the newest video. Is the Fredbear plushie a part of Loop Victim? It's just Cassidy inferring with Cece's memories, kind of like the 5th episode of Murder Drones. If I remember what Loop Victim is, that's where he's just kind of reliving the last week of his life. I believe Fredbear plush, while the plush itself was probably there, Cassidy is infiltrating the memories in order to try and like steer Cece away from his eventual death. But because it's a memory, she can't really change what actually happened in the past. The best she could do is get him out of the loop at the end of the week. I think that's how Loop Victim works. Or at least Fredbear in the Loop Victim thing. I can't buy there being two Vengeful Spirits because Vengeful Spirit isn't even a title of a character. It was simply a role and a casting call. That's true. That's true. That's why I think that they. So, I think the person who is speaking to us in Ultimate Custom Night, right? That is the Vengeful Spirit. Every time that they are talking about the one you should not have killed, they refer to them as somebody who is separate from themselves. And like the biggest example I think is Nightmare Freddy, I think, is the one who says, I have been remade, but not by you, by the one you should not have killed. And then there's also Mangle saying he's here, always watching, the one you should not have killed. Like, they're all referring to this person who is supposedly controlling them as a separate entity from themselves, which feels like it's not the exact same person. Like, whoever is controlling the characters and speaking through them is separate from the actual person who we should feel bad for killing, or Afton should feel bad for killing. That, yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Anyway. Mangle. Maybe it is on the first night. Oh, when does he start talking about the facial recognition? I think that's what I was talking about. Yeah, night one. Okay, that's what I was thinking. Because I think it's something close to whenever he mentions facial recognition. Facial recognition, advanced mobility, they work through the day is dead, but most importantly, they are all tied into some kind of criminal database. He doesn't exactly know what this is, right? He is some kind of criminal data. He doesn't know what they're tied into here, right? Okay, that is what I was getting to, right? They are all tied into some sort of criminal database. Now, like, I could see Fazbear Entertainment actually finding a criminal database, like from the police or something, and be like, hey, can we use this with our technology in order to try and like keep the kids safe? But the fact that he doesn't exactly know what it's some sort of criminal database, tells me that like it might not be right? Because half of the stuff that phone guy tells us is not true. It's just flat out false, right? So we can't really trust what, like, I'm sure they're tied into something. And I think it's the network, right? And the network probably has a subroutine in it that's like, okay, if after scanning somebody's face, send it into this database that we have full of known criminals, right? That way they're all able to, like, if one of them recognizes a criminal, it's not one animatronic that apparently a human is capable of dismantling pretty easily against that said human. It's one animatronic calling the other ones in order to like surround this person who would be a threat. But that's a theory. Like, that's going into complete speculation of what would happen if a criminal would be found. Oh god, I can't read that. Oh, there we go. It's called a criminal database because Fiona is keeping track of William's crimes. I mean, honestly, like, I think she is. Like, she's probably sitting there like watching over everything, and she's like, oh, there goes the guy who killed me a few years ago. Oh, guess he's gonna go kill again. I can't do anything about it. Like, oh god, the network is F10 and 4. Exactly. But we're not gonna get into that. All right, we're not gonna get into that. It's not gonna be Fiona this time. I promise you, I'm not going to make this a Vengeful Fiona Part 3. Okay. No wonder Fiona becomes vengeful. Exactly. That's why I put that in the video. I was like, she's literally stuck working for the guy who kills her, and she's forced to watch over
old sport.
Dave, welcome. She's forced to watch over as he does his daily routine, which occasionally involves killing kids every couple of years. She's just like, what am I gonna do? What am I supposed to do about this guy? Like, he can dismantle any of the animatronics with ease because he knows how they're made, so he's able to just take them apart and put them back together like nothing ever happened. And then afterwards, he gets away with killing people. She's just going crazy in a box that nobody knows about except for William. Sorry. They're all tied into some sort of criminal database. The database is a database is part of the network somehow. Whether Phone Guy knows that it's part of the network or not, that's completely different topic. He seems to know somewhat about this network because we hear him mention something about it in FNAF 3, which theoretically takes place before FNAF 2, right? Or like the phone call itself. Now, I'm not saying FNAF 3 takes place before FNAF 2. I'm saying that the phone call that phone dude leaves, that phone guy speaking to, like, through the tapes, that happens before FNAF 2. Sometimes I have to be very careful with my words because people are like, no, you idiot! What are you even talking about? Shut up! Fiona the Avenging Angel. I would love that. I think that she is trying to get like revenge, basically. The vengeful spirit is just avenging her own child. That's what I'm thinking, right? Let's do FNAF 3 calls. What's happening? I'm going a little insane. By the way, I forgot to mention, definitely go show the Dr. RHL some love. All right. I love these videos. All right. That he does. Like if I ever need to listen to a phone call from FNAF, I'm not playing the game. I'm watching this guy. Okay. He makes them incredible. All right. Look, I hit FNAF 3, didn't I? This FNAF 2. What the heck happened? There we go. Yeah. Like, it's like such simple editing, but like, I know what he's saying now. Just sometimes show him some love. Go like the video for me, all right? I don't know why I'm not liking. Where's my mouse? There it is. Boom. Go do the same thing. Okay? The doctor is a lifesaver for me. They're here. They're here. They're here. They're there. They're everywhere. Who are you gonna call? Emperor Embor. What if F10 started flooding the Pizzaplex with a deadly neurotoxin? I mean, I guess everyone inside would just be dead, you know? I mean, we also do kind of see that in it's Escape the Pizzaplex. What is this? What is this? Why is this recommended to me? Walter. What is? Never mind. So we can skip FNAF night 1 because Phone Dude is not going to know anything about this network, and he talks for way too long. Night 2 is whenever he this is whenever he swaps over to Phone Guy. So we can swap over to him. Actually, yeah, it's bothering me that you guys are over there. I'm moving you but I have to do it through here. Where is chat? There is chat. 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 There we go. We gotcha. Don't worry, guys. You're just getting moved over to my side, all right? Nope. We got that one. There we go. Perfect. I can't read. No, I can read it. I can read it. I can read it over here. But like, I also have my bigger one. Anyway, now you guys can actually see the words, and you guys aren't blocking it. You guys are like, down in front, and then you send the message, and you're like, wait, now I'm down in front. Crap. Do the FNAF movies show how someone climbs in and out of the Springlock suits? Because it seems like a cramped and awkward process. They don't. We have never seen, to my knowledge, William get in or out of a Springlock in the movies, except for the helmet. The helmet is the only thing that we see him like take on and off. But yeah, I don't think we've seen anything like that. And they're probably hiding it for a specific reason. I just don't know why. Like, what would be so mysterious that we don't need to see him get in or out of the suit? Okay, so this is important right here. For ease of operation, the animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sounds they hear, which is an easy and hands-free approach to making sure the animatronics stay where the children are for maximum entertainment / crowd-pleasing value. This is not a network. The way he's describing this, and he's saying it sounds almost like he's reading from a script here. Whoa, script theory. Stamina, hello, welcome. It sounds like he's reading from a script here. I would not be surprised if he is. And if the script is saying that the animatronics are programmed to walk towards sound cues, that tells me that while they're that the individual animatronic is programmed to do that, right? Because if Fredbear is on one part of the pizzeria and Spring Bonnie's over here, and Fredbear hears a sound from Walta here, and Spring Bonnie hears something down here, all right, then they're going to two separate areas because they're hearing two different sound cues. Sorry, I tapped you there. And while this could probably extend out further into a network, let's say Fredbear is on this part, Spring Bonnie's down here, there's only one party going on, and it's where Walter is right now. Fredbear hears the sound, goes towards it. Spring Bonnie doesn't hear anything, so he walks all the way up here to Walter. That would probably be a fantastic way that the network could work. That's not what is said here. So it tells me that the Springlocks themselves, aka Golden Freddy and Springtrap, aren't part of this network, at least yet. At least yet. So, ease of operation. The animatronics are set to turn. Animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound they hear. Animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound they hear. That's not the right here. There we go. Put some quotations around this. And we will bold they. Animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound they hear. The Springlocks aren't in the network. The network hasn't been made yet, right? Network hasn't been made. The network hasn't been made because they don't have F10 yet. God This is just Vengeful Fiona. This was not planned to be Vengeful Fiona a third time. This was not planned to. I swear to God, this was not planned to be Vengeful Fiona a third time. Welcome, Glitch. Off topic, but I would have liked to see that be utilized a bit more. A more tense version of the R&D fight where anytime Mimic made a noise, the spring lock we're in would turn to walk towards it. Ooh, that would be interesting, actually. That would be really interesting. But it also could be that we're not turning towards it because, well, as it says specifically, when it's in animatronic mode, right? I think it says in animatronic mode on the previous screen. While in animatronic form, and technically we're in suit form. I do like that idea though, Glitch. I love it. I love that idea. This is take into account the information that thank you, Majestic, that we presented within Chica's autobiography. Oh, you're right, Andrew. Does Vengeful Fiona work with Fate Fiona? I've seen people I don't remember Fate Fiona, to be completely honest. That's Gibby's, right? That's Gibby's theory. I don't remember it off the top of my head because I got really nervous whenever Gibby released Fate Fiona and Unwithered Truth released David, the one you should not have killed theories. They were like both treading on something that I was like, I want to be the one to say that Fiona is the vengeful spirit. People have used them interchangeably. So I'm assuming that they're very similar to one another. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it's Fiona is like using the field to her advantage. She's like, I want a David, and it's like having ripple effects through the FNAF field and being like, yes, we will create a new David, and then the crying child is born, and then William names it Dave, not because F10 told her or anything. He just names it Dave because he felt like it. But, F10 is like using her mind waves to create insert it into the field that she wants another David. And then Dave is born. The crying child from, FNAF 4. You could say she wants another David. Fiona is God David on crack. Like everything Gibby does. It's crazy. Yeah, Gibby's pretty crazy with it. Where is my ball? I don't think there's anything else that's important in this. We'll listen to the rest of night 2 and a little bit of night 3 just to make sure. But I don't think there's anything else that's important from FNAF 3. But like maybe I'm just forgetting what happens right after he says provided by the manufacturer. Okay, yeah. Okay. Blaze, hello. F10 and 4 doesn't have an identity outside of David. F10 is, I think, trying to be more of like Fiona than David. M2 is trying to be David, but is also trying to be itself. If I'm getting that correctly from what we see in Singular Mimic, because it's like fighting against trying to turn whatever. It is I, the real Fredbear. No, not the real Fredbear. Wait, I kind of blacked out there. When using the images, ensure the animatronic parts are tightly compressed and fat. Okay, so this has nothing to do with any network stuff. This is just working with the spring lock suits. Spring locks. Moisture, loosen them. That might be important. That might be important right there. The fact that the digital map layout is programmed into the animatronics. Here's my thought process. Okay, we see in Secret of the Mimic the proto Freddy's, right? Looks very similar to what we have in FNAF 1, right? Which means that they were thinking of making that exact pizzeria and perhaps copying and pasting it multiple times. Like a lot of companies do this. They make one singular design of their building. That way it's recognizable anywhere, you know? I think a fantastic example of this, and it's kind of local to me, is a gas station called Sheetz. Pocopia? What? What? What are you talking about Pocopia for? If there is a safe room, are there other rooms are the other rooms unsafe? Very true. Very true. So Sheetz is very a local gas station around me where originally they weren't built exactly the same everywhere, right? Like you would go to one Sheetz and another one, and each one would have a different experience because they were all slightly different. But as of the past few years, they've been remodeling most Sheetz in at least my area. They've been remodeling a lot of them so that they are all very identical to one another. That way, if you walk into any Sheetz, you get basically the exact same experience. You know exactly where to go. If you want, for example, a Mountain Dew, you know exactly where the Mountain Dew is every single time you walk in. The thought process here is, while originally each animatronic was programmed in order to have the layout, right? Because this is before F10. This is whenever the spring locks are being used. This becomes something that is more programmed into the network. That way the animatronics connect to the network. They know exactly where they're able to walk around, yada, yada, yada. And because the network is going to work off of the exact same pizzeria layout every single time, they don't need to program every single animatronic. They just need to program one network in order for them to connect to. That's the thought process. Where's the fox at, Dave? Oh boy. Oh god. So we could include that just to have more stuff. The more stuff we put in the bullet points means more stuff to talk about later whenever we're actually typing stuff out. So, what was I saying? What was any of that about? Right, the layout. Pizzeria layout. Safe room originally coded into each spring lock animatronic. This might move to network later once moving away from spring locks. Wonderful. Wonderful. Send help, please. Oh, Canyon, welcome. I'm so sorry. Number of secret rooms / when were they boarded up? I think my girlfriend closed the door. I must have been too loud. Yeah. Again, we'll just listen to the rest of night 3. I don't think there's much else here. And in fact, what I just put down is more speculation than anything. Shut up. I don't need you. Funky math music. Oh, we don't want that at 3 times speed or 2 times speed. By the way, another person you should send some love. All right, Faye makes incredible. I mean, it's just videos that are the FNAF music with Helpy just growing over time. But I love these videos. They're fantastic. They help me focus. My guess is they were boarded up after the MCI. It really depends. It really depends. I go back and forth on this because FNAF 3 makes it seem like it's supposed to happen after this Springlock incident, and would happen before. Well, it wouldn't make sense to happen before. I might have to revisit that now that I'm thinking about it. Who's this Edward guy? Were there multiple Freddys in 1983 to 1985 and they all just closed? I don't think all of them closed. I think they were planning on expanding to other locations, like how there was a Fredbear's in 1983 and Freddy's first opened in 1983. I think they kind of make it kind of clear in one of the games that this is a franchise and there are multiple locations. I think even Secret of the Mimic kind of says that, since what's his name? Ralph is a technician that needs to drive around in order to go to different places. There's multiple Fredbears, apparently. Like, they wouldn't just have a technician who just got off of a 36-hour shift driving around if there wasn't a reason for that, you know? Arnold. Yeah, what did I say? What did I just say? Did I not say Arnold? what name did I just use? Spring bottom animatronic moved. MCI closes the rooms. Sounds about right. F10 and 4. You said Ralph. Right. Ralph is phone guy. Oh, this is going to be a fantastic day. I can tell. Anyway, what we're going to do is, now that we've listened to the phone calls that I wanted to, we're going to look at... We're not going to look at the actual movie, but we're going to talk about the movies. So FNAF 2 is probably the easier one to talk about, right? It's the more fresh one in our minds. We have the puppet is able to control the toys and the wizards, right? Puppet is able to control this. This is clearly showing that there is some sort of network happening here, right? The puppet is connected to the network, so are the toys. Once the puppet is released from the music box, she's able to then connect to the toy animatronics, which starts the entire movie. Like, that is the entire reason for the movie. And while the puppet doesn't, it does leave. It does leave inside of Chica's stomach. But you know, they do all this stuff and whatever, and the puppet is able to control them no matter where they go. This does bring into the idea how strong this network is, right? How strong is the network? Because we see these animatronics go across the entire town, right? We see Toy Freddy going to what looks like it's going to be the Fall Fest of the movie. Is it called Fall Fest? No, it's Faz Fest. It's Faz Fest in the movie. Crazy. I was crazy once. We see Toy Freddy go to Faz Fest. We see Toy Chica go to the school, and where did Toy Bonnie go? Did he just go straight to the person's house? I don't remember. Oh, and then Mangle gets on the car and is like driving. So like the spread of F for Faz Fest, the spread of how far this network goes is strong. Like, I'm just wondering maybe we'll cover that. Because, and it makes sense. No, now that I think about it, it makes sense because the week before shows us that the animatronics are able to leave the pizzeria, which is really interesting, right? Why are the animatronics able to leave the pizzeria whenever they have schematics that they are supposed to follow in order to not get into the safe room? Why is the safe room programmed out of their, like, they can't get into the safe room? Why is it that they can leave the pizzeria? You know, I would think that it would be like, oh, here's the schematic, like animatronic here. Here's the schematics of the pizzeria. Bam! Except we're going to take this room out of the schematics. And you're able to move around and you're able to know that this room exists. You can't go into the room though, okay? You can try as hard as you want, but you can't get in there. And like, it would make sense if they were able to like step 5 feet outside in order for them to be like, come on, like mascots you sometimes see in the movies where they're like, yeah, come on in, come grab a sandwich at this place or whatever it is. But they're able to go out into the forest. They're able to go all the way over to Ralph's house. Why do they have such a huge range? This network is incredibly strong. They could leave but lose power. In the movies, they do that. In the week before, I don't think it's ever said that they lose power that way. Well, oh, no, you're right. That's the entire reason why they can't leave until later in the week. You're right. You're completely right. Because they've been charging up all week. Okay. Okay. But that still doesn't explain how strong the network itself is, right? The network is still capable of expanding across the entire town. They're able to leave the pizzeria as long as they prep hard enough. Network seems to drain their power if they leave, but there are ways to get around it, like disabling that specific part of their code, like charging up over the entire week. There's ways for them to get around it, but this is an important detail because it means that they're able to leave the pizzeria. This reminds you of Lefty, because Lefty is able to like leave and like is supposed to lure something in. It's network powered by the agony from the building. That's going to be part of it, right? Like that's going to be part of what I say is that like agony is definitely involved with this network somehow, but I don't think it's going to be doing this. What we're talking about right now. I don't think it's going to like agony is going to be like powering it to the point that it's like, yep, nationwide, right? These animatronics, give them enough time, they are going from California all the way to New York, right? I don't think that is the like what this is trying to say to us. I think it's trying to say that these animatronics like because they don't go very far. Like they don't ever try and leave the town as far as we know, right? Is there like some story that I'm not remembering in like Tales or Frights that is like, oh yeah, no, this very specific Fazbear thing, it like left in the middle of the night and it crossed state borders in order to do this. Freddy escaped to Las Vegas? You're joking, right? Are you being serious? Or are you he lost all of his Faz tokens? Okay, I think you're just talking about what is it called? Day Shift at Freddy's. Like it's kind of Twisted Ones. Twisted Ones. Thanks for that. Twisted Ones is probably going to be very important for us for me to look at again. Because Twisted Ones has animatronics that, to my knowledge, never go back to the pizzeria. All they do is dig into the ground and then they wait until nighttime, right? So we have animatronics that are on a network, like provably on a network, because William Afton is able to control them, and are like constantly leaving the pizzeria, like all the time. Like I don't know the last time that they saw the pizzeria. Ralph Fredbear just walked away. That's the closest I could think of sea bonnies. They spread via the ocean, right? But that also leads into like a post-apocalyptic world, if I remember correctly, where like literally everybody gets infected with sea bonnies, and then like it gets left on a cliffhanger. If I don't remember. I don't remember sea bonnies. I blocked that one out. But that is probably important. If the sea bonnies are on some sort of network, then, and they're not like some sort of weird living organism, if they're on a network, then that network is, I was joking about nationwide, but it's literally worldwide, okay? That's how big that this would be, which I could definitely see in the future Fazbear Entertainment trying to change it so that their network works on Wi-Fi. Like they like make a specific database that like any network, any other pizzeria across the globe would be able to connect to, as long as they have the right credentials. I could absolutely see that, because then they could build multiple pizzaplexes and like just connect it to one network. Again, like, yeah. What game is this? Word document simulator? Office job simulator? It's actually Google Docs simulator. Okay, very very similar. I think it's made by the same people who made Word Doc simulator, but there's some slight differences here. Are we sure it's even worldwide? What if it's galaxy-wide? Listen, if Fazbear Entertainment is able to create something that can span across the galaxy, we've got bigger problems than network theory here, okay? Mr. Clinton M.
Why, hello there, old sport.
Oh. You know what? That was my alarm clock for my dinner. All right, the meatballs have just finished. I'm gonna go make sure that those are all turned off and everything. I suggest everyone go grab a drink, go to the bathroom. We'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Sound good? Let me just swap to be right back. All right, chat. Can you hear me? Chat. Chat, I'm coming back. Chat, don't you worry. Chat, I'm here. I may have burnt my mouth a little bit on my meatballs. They were delicious, okay? I turned off. There should be no fire and no burning meatballs. I may have ran up the stairs. Give me a second to catch my breath. And before anyone asks, no, it is not. What are they called? The Logan Paul drink. It is not that, okay? Raven asked if it was that the last time I brought one of these out. Not sponsored. Love these, but not sponsored. And also not a... what are they called? I don't remember. I will not support Logan Paul or Jake Paul or KSI in any way ever. So anyway, how I was gone. Scott confirmed Frights games. No, you're kidding me. We already went through this. Don't pollute the stream with those names. I have messages on Discord. Oh. Thank you, Clavis. Thank you. Clavis sent me uh-oh, why can't I get back to you guys? There we go. Clavis sent me screenshots of specifically, actually I can just copy and paste those probably into our document. Am I able to just copy and paste? Is Google gonna let me do that? Oh, it will. Oh, incredible. Oh, I don't need to save it. No, not copy link, copy image. And boom. Don't worry, guys. You're not missing much. I'm copying, pasting right now. There we go. I just didn't want to leak any DMs, okay? You guys can see whatever the heck I'm doing on, like, my stupid 30 billion tabs here or whatever. I didn't want to leak any DMs, okay? There's nothing happening bad or anything like that. And in fact, I don't think there's anything even, yeah, doesn't look like it. There's nothing crucial that I could have even leaked there, like first names, addresses, things like that. But I still don't want to be that guy. All right, you guys don't get to see that stuff. So get back to this. Edward got shot while I was gone. No. Scott also said Vengeful Fiona will never be true. What? Oh, it's okay. I'm taking over the lore now and I'm making it true. Five Nights at Freddy's is Midnight Motors game. We will play as M2/CC going to depths of sister location, search out his deleted memories. Actually, that sounds interesting considering I think you're right. It starts at the Midnight Motorist map, and then there's another one. And then it goes down into the underground of the Pizzaplex. No, I've always wanted to see you copy and paste something. Well, you know what? I still have it. So, there you go. I know. Exhilarating, isn't it? Seeing me paste. You just don't get to see the copy. You'll have to use your imagination for that one. What were you talking about Latin? We were talking about the movie, the second movie. Something on my desk made a noise. I got scared. Something was gonna fall. I think we're good. Okay. So yeah. Puppet was able to control the toys and the wizards. And then we asked how strong is this network, because we're gonna indent these because toys able to, wow, I'm fat fingering everything today. Hang on. Able to go across the town. Town is the word I'm looking for. toys were able to go across town with no disconnect, we'll say. There's no disconnection or any lag or anything like that, it seems like. Then we have to ask, how strong is this network? And this is also something, the network seems to drain their power if they leave, but there are ways to get around it. Week before also has this same problem. We'll just say that. Because the week before, we see that the animatronics are able to leave the pizzeria, go all the way to Ralph's house or the forest in order to go and kill Ralph over there. But they specifically have to charge up the entire week in some of the cases. I think if it's just a quick out and back, like, they're able to do it, like go to the forest or whatever. But as the week progresses, they're able to go further and further, which is why that's whenever they start going to Ralph's house. Network spans through time and powers the ball pit. That's something that I do want to talk about, is that stupid ball pit. That'll be in the other theory that you guys didn't vote on, right? Because that ball pit is crazy. Like, what is the ball pit, man? So in the first movie, however, I put this here because I think there was something in the first movie that caught my eye. The network is the Fionas we made along the way. So yeah, the first FNAF movie. Give me a second. I gotta think about this, right? I gotta think. The ball pit is just part of the network. I mean, it could be that ball pit. I hate. Damn that rotten ball pit! I hate that rotten ball pit. I might be thinking of the Showtime button, because we do see the Showtime button in the week before, and the Showtime button works similarly in this one, and we even see Freddy doesn't have to follow the network's programming, right? There's a specific scene in the first movie. Spoilers, but it's been out for like 3 years now, so shut up. So there's the specific scene whenever Mike is trying to sneak into Freddy's because he knows that Abby is in danger. And they're doing their performance. And then Freddy all of a sudden stops his performance and looks in the direction that Mike was. Like, just... And, like, then goes back to his performance after, like, a minute or two, right? So, like, that's obviously the kids... The kids' spirits not following the programming, the network, right? But they are following a basic programming until a certain point, right? So first movie, there's the what's the button called? What did you say, Clavis? The Showtime button. That's it. Yes. Showtime button. That's also interesting that you bring that up, Clavis, that it shows up in Help Wanted even though it doesn't work. It's shown up a couple of times now in the Steel Wool games, and it hasn't worked any time. And it makes me wonder why. Why do they keep giving us this button? This Showtime button, and it's not working. Even though in other forms of media, we get the Showtime button and it works fine. The movie, it works fine. Week before, works fine. Anything Steel Wool related that we've gotten doesn't work. Help Wanted. There is one in Security Breach, but it's like the FNAF 1 stage. There's no animatronics on it, so you can press the button, it does nothing. And then there's the one in Secret of the Mimic. Again, another Showtime button that you press, does literally nothing. It's a running gag. I do love a good running gag. I might be willing to just forget about me questioning that because it's a running gag. It's really funny to me. What's in the arcade terminal? What do you mean what's in the arcade? What do you mean what's in the arcade? Raven, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Oh, wait, is that true, Hydro? That the acting trash monster doesn't like music? What if it's not that he doesn't like music? It's that the music is like the network. Like, maybe it's of course just playing music isn't gonna like automatically connect him to the network, but it's reminding him of like being connected to the network and not being able to like control himself when he hears music. Ooh. I'm here to promote Project Hopeless and also theorize with you. You want to hop in call, Raven? You want to hop in call and do your thing? How do I do this? I'll wait for a yes. But I'm hovering over you right now. Like a hawk. If I did, we are rewriting this whole entire doc. It's not bad, Raven. Okay, we're just starting. All right, I'm just putting bullet points down right now. And then there's this, which I actually didn't get to read yet, to be honest. Do you want in, Raven? Or are you busy? Bro said that the network is what stopped agony. Where do I say that? What is he talking about? Guys, is he clouding on me? Am I clouding on myself? Are you guys clouding on me? Somebody's clouding. Did I? Oh, yeah. No. It's like no. What I meant to say was like, right, the Afton amalgamation thing. It hears music, right? Afton, before he was the Afton amalgamation thing, he was in Spring Bonnie. Or at least he was in one of the animatronics. That actually doesn't work with what we already found out, though, because we found out in FNAF 3, right here, they most likely aren't in this network. But the idea was, as Spring Bonnie, when he hears the music, when the human hears the music, right? He like, it's like Pavlov dogging him, right? They ring the bell, the dog slobbers because it thinks that it's getting a treat. In this case, it's Pavlov dogging him into he hears the music and he knows he's not going to have control over his body for the next 3 minutes. He's like, guess I'll dance. You know, I guess I have no control over myself. So like it Pavlov dogged him into I hear music. I don't want that. Get that away from me. All right. That stuff is going to end right now because yeah. That's the thought process there. Anyway, Raven is being mean, but I'll call him. And I'll have to make sure that they can hear you in like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Where is Discord? Oh wait, they can already hear because they could hear desktop sounds. That's perfect.
Okay, so agony.
You are a...
Let me pull out prankster.
Turn you down like
I got
10%. Perfect. Listen, I could grab all my books. They're right behind me, but I have a beautiful whiteboard.
I have a stack of books on my desk right now. Please send help. Wait, no, it's not a prankster. I'm pretty sure it's in Blackbird Agony Appears. I also have that one on my desk.
Oh, did I turn that off? Wait. Where would that be at? It would be in this one, Fujitech. and then I bring it over to here, and then I paste it. You're large. Perfect. Incredible. Ah, it's almost like I do this for a living. Showtime button not working is always associated with the Mimic. That's a good point. That's a good, because the Mimic, the Mimic doesn't like the network. The Mimic. No, but that actually works really well because the Mimic is designed. Huh.
I gotta yell at chat really quick. Agony first appears at Blackbird number 6. It's when he forms in the trash compactor.
Chat, don't make the skinny bird man angry. don't make him angry.
Okay, I have been reading for the past week and a half.
He's got a huge theory. Insanely huge. Oh my god, I forgot to send you my voice lines. I'll do that after this, I promise.
You're good. You're good. I got time.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, don't make the skinny bird man angry. That's what I was saying.
Don't make the skinny bird man angry.
Dude, having ADHD and trying to focus on this is really hard. I look over at a funny chat and I'm like, haha, okay, let's get back to this. Where were we?
Okay, so what are we talking about? What's happening here?
Okay, so right now we've gotten to the FNAF 1 movie, right? I'm just listing different times that we've like seen possible network things, right? So like in the week before, we see that whenever the Showtime button is hit by Ralph, all the animatronics are programmed to go back to their stage for the Showtime, except for Golden Freddy.
Yes.
That would be... you could just say that they're all programmed to do that, but how would they be programmed? Like, they either hear the music and then are programmed, I hear music, I go to stage, or the button is pressed and they're just connected to a network, which forces them back onto the stage, right?
Couldn't it also be due to sound because the animatronics at the time were programmed to follow the loudest amount of sound?
Yes. Well, sort of. FNAF 3, that's what we found in FNAF 3. FNAF 3 specifies that when they're in animatronic mode, that's whenever they go into the sound finding thing. Which could also be a network, but it's not specified that it's a network. And Ralph is specifically, it sounds like he's reading from a script. So I don't think that there's a network here. But there's also not an F10 machine that like Fazbear Entertainment has at that point. Or a Mexis machine, or something that what I think the network is being encased in. So the Springlock animatronics aren't connected to a network, but later on, because they're copying and pasting that Proto Freddy's that we see in Secret of the Mimic, they're just going to make one version of code in a network system, and then they're going to connect all the animatronics to that network. That way they don't have to program every single animatronic every single time. If there's one problem that spans across every animatronic, they fix one singular thing and every animatronic is fixed. Because at this point they're trying to expand, and you know, I used a local gas station as an example. If they're trying to build the exact same pizzeria every single time that has one room that the animatronics are not allowed in, that means that they just make the code one single time. They build the exact same pizzeria every single time, and they make sure that every animatronic is connected to the exact same network that says, don't go in that room.
Can we go back to spooky ghost children?
Listen. It eventually will get to spooky ghost children, okay? Because it's going to lead into this network somehow connects to FNAF World, which is where the spooky ghost children live whenever they're not, you know, actively being an animatronic.
Way to go.
See, no, that's where we differ.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But you'll have to wait for Project Hopeless because that's actually a really major spoiler.
Guys, if you're not already subscribed to the... Nope, you're over here. Skinny Bird Man. Go subscribe to him immediately. Right now.
Yeah, Terminal's in the video.
I'm in it. Well, not yet. I haven't recorded my bit. But I will be.
You will be soon.
I hope the terminal in the network doesn't have an error.
I do want to say, I do like the fact that what we're told about, in terms of spirits and frights, I'm going to preach this, even though it's a spoiler for Project Hopeless. There are no souls in FNAF. They're just memories.
Correct.
And literally, they're described as literally just being the inside-out orbs.
The what?
You know the orbs in Inside Out, like Riley's memories, when you look into them, you can like see the memory that's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally how they're described to look.
Like, for some reason, you said inside out orbs, and my mind went to the Animals in Poppy Playtime, and I was like, what? Why are we flipping orbs inside out? It's still an orb.
You mean the worst chapter ever?
Yes. Oh my god, I'm glad somebody else agrees. Well, I mean, I guess Markiplier agrees, but I can't.
Nervous also agrees.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad that there's a lot of people that are like behind this idea that this was not a good chapter for some reason. I need more electrical puzzles. Okay, I want the arms. Like, genuinely, I love those puzzles. That is the best puzzle that Poppy Playtime has ever made, because you have to balance the length of your arms with sometimes using the other abilities that your hands have. Like in chapter 4, it was the purple hand that makes you jump, or the Omni hand that, I don't remember what the Omni hand does, but you put one hand on the power source, you jump with the other hand, and then, oops, if I can't reach it because I don't have enough length, then I did something wrong and I got to start over. But that's a good puzzle. Like, that's okay. I like those puzzles. It's using everything that you're being taught, both hands and the length of your hands. It's great. It's a great puzzle. They need to do more of those. More puzzles like that. And they did it like twice in chapter 5.
I think Homie really likes his electrical puzzles.
I love the electrical puzzles. They are literally the best thing that Poppy Playtime has made, because it balances everything that you're getting incredibly well. Incredibly well. And most of the puzzles in chapter 5 are like, let me just put my hand on the scanner while I'm in a chase. Let me they weren't even let me burn this hair that's on the door for some reason. Is my phone buzzing? Who's calling me? Not important.
I love how I just completely sidetracked this whole stream to talk about how bad Poppy Playtime chapter 5 was.
Anyway, yeah, let's get back onto the topic then.
Yes. Okay, network.
Yes. So the network is basically going to be the thing that all the animatronics connect to and allows them to do their stuff. Like,
FNAF when they do have it.
The network?
Yeah, because even Ralph multiple times calls a phone in parts and service or the dine area, and they completely ignore Ralph to go over to that phone call. Like, they can hear it ringing. If you have the bonus item, which is that just normal phone.
Right. Don't they also make it so that you can't make outside calls with those phones?
Yeah, so you literally just can't call 911. So yeah, using the phones in the Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria establishment, those by themselves cannot call anything outside of the establishment.
Yep, outside of the network.
But you can't but if I brought in my smartphone, I'd be able to, but
right, which is what Ralph does in the super secret path that you can do, because he has the special phone from Bronwyn, and because that's not connected to the network, he's able to call anyone he wants.
Oh yeah, another thing that he says was I forget if it was with Bonnie or Foxy, but he says something where it's like their ears twitched upwards, like as if they heard like whatsoever sound he made,
Hmm. So that
and
definitely
then they instantly turn around to go directly to him.
sounds like they still have the sound cue thing.
Mm-hmm.
If they're reacting to actual sounds, which I wouldn't be surprised by. The way that I'm talking about this in my brain and now to chat and you is
Mhm.
what they're doing is they're taking one bit of code and they're just constantly adding on to it.
Yep.
If they took the Springlock suits that have the sound cue thing and they upgraded that to a network whenever they got actual animatronics that they were planning on making, copy and pasting multiple pizzerias, multiple animatronics for, then that piece of code would carry through to the next iteration, to the next iteration.
Mhm.
So every animatronic would have the sound cue thing specifically for that animatronic, as well as everything else that's being added onto the network. Like if one animatronic hears it across the pizzeria, then the other animatronics who are on the other side of the pizzeria are going to be able to swarm that person very quickly.
Because I'm trying to. I know he also says. Yeah, he even mentions. Yobi didn't hear you working here, but he does have big ears. They're among the few parts that still function on the tattered old animatronic when referring to Foxy once he leaves.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll put it on.
Yeah, FNAF 2, they are, yeah. They're literally meant to do that.
Foxy uses sound cues to find you sometimes.
I mean, that could also explain why Balloon Boy, whenever he finds you, he laughs constantly because it attracts Foxy
Right.
in FNAF 2.
Withered wants to join. No, Withered. Yeah, you can join. Let's see.
Oh, no. Nope, I'm going to leave. Green action goo.
How do I think I could do. How do I do this?
I'm going to let you mess this up because I don't know how to do it either.
Hold on. More options. Oh, it's this button. Add friends to DM.
We're just in DMs with her, just me and Terminal.
We'll just hope that this doesn't break anything.
It probably will. It always does.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
All right. Well,
he always comes back. He always does.
I'll see you on the other side, Raven.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we just have to swap over to
to
the other one.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello. Welcome to your new job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
I wanted to record a message for you. These the animatronics, they work on a network. Thank you, Mio.
Wait, that's true.
Clavis immediately goes, "Ew, Green Man."
Too bad. The Green Man's here to stay. All right.
Withers getting hated on this stream.
SMH. All right. First of all, this is a stupid nitpick. Are you planning on calling it Network like Fury?
That was the plan, but from the way that you're sounding it, it sounds like it's a bad name.
No, it's a good name,
There's
but it's kind of
already a
taken.
name.
You have
Oh,
a
it's-
Network Victim. Network Victim and Network Fury are already a thing.
Okay,
I
then
think you
I'll
should call it God Network. Just an idea.
God
Did you-
Network.
God Network.
God Network.
No. I mean, Network Fury is a good name. We'll have to think about it. Second thing, could you give me the basic premise? Because I ain't reading all that. Thanks.
Basic premise: animatronics work on a network. So basically, you know how in the week before the movie, other things whenever the showtime starts, all the animatronics move to the stage and they do the showtime. It's because they are running off of a singular network that allows them to work together. And this eventually is going to evolve into the idea that the kids' spirits are trapped in this network, which turns into FNAF World. That the network gets built over time. So each iteration of the animatronics, basically they just add a new feature to the network. They don't really change too much of it. So something that we see in the FNAF 1 animatronics is still going to carry over into the Glamrocs. So like any errors that we see in those animatronics carries into the future because they're not fixing the most of the errors. They're just allowing them to stay for some reason.
Okay.
I think that's most of it.
People are saying Phasnet, but that's really similar to Phasplot. We're in a position where like now our little FNAF Theorist group is getting big, and we've adopted like the brain rot names thing that the big theorists don't do. The names are all taken, so we have to start being really creative.
I could simply just look up synonyms for network.
True. God connection. I like the idea. I think it makes sense, especially with I was there earlier when someone brought up the twisted ones. That's a good connection, I think.
Yeah, that's the stuff that I'm like less knowledgeable on, and I'm gonna need like other people's help with in order to get that.
My question would be,
these words
what makes Glamrock Freddy different from the network? Like, why is he the one who's in safe mode, and why is he the one who doesn't fall for the mimic thing? What's his deal?
I don't know yet. Because it does seem like he is a part of the network whenever eventually he gets closer to Burntrap and Burntrap is able to then start taking him over. I don't know what is keeping him out of the network in safe mode yet. And that might just be something that I have to be like, I don't know yet. I don't know. We're going to have to wait until after whatever happens after Ruin.
I do think it's definitely something they're building up, but we don't have the answer
to.
Right.
Wait. Sorry if I'm stupid, and you've already brought this up. But have you considered that the puppet controlling all the... If we assume puppet control, which this does, would you say that means that the puppet wires and the Nightmarion plushies and Security Breach and Ruin mean that that's the network and that's the physical manifestation of the control?
Kind
of.
of.
The animatronics?
Yes. Because I didn't go too far into it here, but I kind of say it in Vengeful Fiona, and this is not supposed to be a Vengeful Fiona Part 3. I swear to God, this is turning closer and closer to Vengeful Fiona. But I say that she is basically connected to everything. The arcades, the announcement systems, even the toys with the Nightmarion plushies and everything. This will basically say something very similar to that the network is connected to all the toys, all the arcades, or the PA system that they have. And they'll be using all that information to create like some big AI database that like listens to what everyone's saying because they all buy the toys and don't realize they're being listened to. Damn, speechless. I know.
I mean, I like it. I like it. Chat's brainstorming names, and they're either Deltarune Theory names or they sound too much like something else.
Now that this is relevant, but in the Silver Eyes, they also mentioned the control rooms that are under the show stage to program the robots.
Yeah.
Foxy has a separate control room.
Yeah, William does this like thing where they go into the control room and he starts like masterfully controlling them. And each like little movement they can make is a separate button and whatever. And he's like finessing that thing. It's like he's really skillful at controlling the animatronics remotely. So that's something, I suppose. I don't know if this helps Network Victim. I feel like it actually kind of doesn't, but I mean, I guess it could. It's like back in the old days, they had remote control.
Right.
You know. And while now it's like an automated system.
Yeah, that would kind of be like the very beginning of network where there's the spring locks, which they're each pre-programmed to do their own thing, and then whenever they first move into the animatronics, each animatronic has like a remote control type of system, and then they realize, wait a second, we can just remove the remote control if we pre-program them all to run off of the same thing.
Yeah. Which I assume would be kind of where you would have, if you want to do this, where you'd have Fazbear's real use for the mimic kick in, which is that, you know, they want something that can remotely control their characters, right?
Right.
So the reason they want the mimic isn't because they never specify why they want it, but it makes a whole lot of sense if they want it because they want to have a way to remotely control characters, which is kind of what is in Tails. Because in Tails, they recall all the second line of mimic endos because of some of malfunctions, which are never specified. But like all the endos theoretically run off the mimic program. So if you have like if there's a universe where the reason they recall them is because all the animatronics running on mimic is causing issues, and that's what causes them to swap to a different automated approach, right? I don't know, just an idea.
Sorry, I'm writing down kind of what you said, because you did say that Fazbear says that they want the mimic because they want to start automating the entire process. And that's
Well, they don't
literally,
say that. That's what I assume it is.
well, yeah, that's like a possible reason as to Edwin specifically says that that's what he's trying to do with some of the technology. Like he's literally like, yeah, let's
Sure,
get rid of
yeah.
the puppeteers. My wife being a puppeteer, nah, she's out of the job now.
I mean, yeah, they would do that just like story writers. Like, are you sick of story writers not getting their like scripts done on time?
Right.
We'll use it with our new patented AI.
Yeah.
FNAF has just turned into a PSA about how bad AI is.
Let's go.
This is what every FNAF theory should be.
Agreed.
I love my wife. I hate puppeteers though. Number one.
I think if Edwin were alive now, he'd be still like grinding NFTs and trying to make Gen AI movies.
He'd be like, guys, trust. It's so good. Like NFTs, they're the future.
I
Wait,
ironically think William would be more against AI.
More.
Would Edwin just be Jake Paul?
Probably.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
probably would be. Yeah.
A shameless grifter who'll do anything for clout.
Did
Sounds
you
about
see
right.
that he actually made an AI movie?
Yep.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I saw it.
It's
Man,
on
I'm
his
not on
channel.
the internet enough.
Yeah, it's hot garbage.
I would hope so.
Oh, I didn't finish talking about the Showtime button for the first movie. I just wrote Showtime button.
Murray's Marvelous NFTs.
That's probably what would have happened if the FNAF NFTs actually went through.
Hmm.
Jeez, imagine if we were going to get more in the FNAF NFTs.
Dude, there weren't going to be FNAF NFTs. They were meant to look like NFTs.
Yeah, I
think.
know, but still.
It would be really funny, but Scott said he wasn't going to do NFTs. Scott W. NFTs are so funny.
They really are. I really want to see
Anyway,
where some of those NFT bros are at right now. They probably just swapped over to AI, right?
Yeah, they all did, for sure.
They're like, I lost all my money in this tech bubble. Let me go to another tech bubble.
Another tech bubble.
Oh,
Well, to
wait,
be
no,
fair,
there
this
were
tech
going to
bubble
be
is more-
FNAF NFTs, and it had to do with
No,
Funko
no.
and another company.
Really?
But it was canceled before it got approved.
Oh, so there wasn't going to be FNAF NFTs. Shh.
So there were some planned, but then Funko pitched it to like Scott or somebody, and they're like, no.
So there were never going to be Funko Pops. It's never going to be Funko Pop NFTs. I mean,
Probably.
I wish there
Even
were
though
never
Funko did do
Pops.
NFTs. Well, Funko did NFTs, just not FNAF ones.
Yeah.
Okay. We either start talking about books now, which I'm very stupid about, or we.
I'm the second most
Man.
educated books guy.
You know, I've been reading nothing but
I'm in the right
books,
place.
and
I guess I do have two people here who are very knowledgeable on books.
literally for the past week and a half, I've been reading nothing but books, and I'm so sick of books. I hate looking at paper.
Built the AR animatronics.
Hey, I know a lot about the books.
Oh, you're
I
gonna
mean-
make me talk about AR? Am I gonna make myself talk about AR?
Oh, AR
You
is
need
so
to-
good.
if you're
for
gonna
this,
talk
actually.
about network, you need to take about AR.
Dude, I'm not saying I'm better than Gibby at the books. He's
Ugh.
like the king of reading the FNAF books and misinterpreting everything. I mean, getting it right.
Give you
I have-
strays.
There. Did I talk about
Gibby
AR
strays
enough
all
there?
everywhere. No.
AR,
is such,
that's
such
it.
a good aspect for this. Okay, I'm gonna hop out of the voice call for like 1 minute. I need to restart my router real quick because I
Okay.
was.
His network isn't
doing something
working.
And now my internet is my network isn't working. Yeah,
All right. 1, 2,
I mean, I guess you
3,
mentioned it.
4, 5.
Is AR an
6,
AI hallucination?
No.
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 It is
Who
quite,
said that?
Girl Logger.
We're no longer friends.
Who is sending me things? Who is sending me things?
It was Mio, a member for 4 months.
Oh. Hang on. YouTube chat is trying to quickly catch up. Oh, you guys can see it trying to catch up. I forgot about that. Thank you, Mio.
But yeah, no, with AR, I mean, it is a huge network. They all run on a huge network. It's also presumably what Glitch Trap infects and is then used to literally take it over.
Yeah. Oh, Omni network theory. Yeah.
And Vanessa plays in shutting down like the safety features for Glitch Trap to do that.
Glitch Trap uses the network capability to infect the whole system.
He also does that in Help Wanted 2 with Roxy's, I think it's the hard mode level where he blocks the screen a couple times.
Right.
And a few other places.
Like the main screen, because he's blocking half of the games unless you remove the mask.
I mean,
Or
yeah,
put
there's that, but
on
like
the
when you go
mask?
into actually like Roxy's minigame, like the screen that tells you what makeup to put on, his face appears to block it for a couple seconds every now and then.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And yeah, I think he also just continues to stay there in the hard mode version, like just like he kind of glitches the selection, like it's just like an animation. Thank you, Glitch Trap, for blocking my makeup tutorials. Also, Withered will be with us soon enough, guys. He's trying to figure it out right now.
His network is breaking.
I'm some kind of network victim.
Let's
Withered
go.
network.
Oh God.
No, my network is still withered, bro. I need to TD read into this a little bit and try to figure it out.
Oh my dear God.
I guess
Good
Withered
idea,
has
bad
a
idea, I
terminal
don't know.
error.
All I know is that the window of success for this is really narrow, Raven.
Withered. I'm on my way.
Look, my router
I'm
experienced a
currently
terminal error, all right?
14,000 miles away. I am on my way.
14.
14.
I know where you live, Will, bro. I'll get there first.
No, you know where my neighbors live.
You live next to your neighbors, dude. I'm gonna go to your house and I'm gonna use a clavis. Key
Which neighbor are you gonna go
get
to?
into your house. Dude. The one where I set up a temple of worship.
Yeah, but you're gonna go to the neighbor
on
on
his
the
house.
left or the neighbor on the
Remember
right.
that
Only
time?
one's the correct answer.
Withered is
that was the
T
neighbor on the
dreading
right.
whenever Raven gets there.
No, I'm okay. I think my network is not shattered anymore. And my video releases in 7 minutes. Perfect timing.
Let's go.
I think I'll stay in the call anyway. I have nothing else to do, so.
I think you guys should stop fighting and ask for forgiveness from God, David. God damn it. All right, no, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing the wordplay. You can't
Why?
make
It's
me.
just a small
What
error
other
terminal.
wordplay can I get? You know, if you shorten Freddy Fazbear's name, you get Fred, and if you shorten Bonnie's name, you get Bon.
Uh-huh.
Please tell me someone got that. Raven. By wordplay. I'll repeat it again for those of you who didn't get it.
Withered, shut up.
I can think of a better one.
Whether it's like, is this thing on? Hello? Did anybody hear
No, I
the
know
funny
you heard
joke that
me.
I made?
No, this wasn't a we didn't hear you silence. This was I wish we didn't hear you silence. They're two very different things.
God damn it, Canyon. Did anyone recommend Pipe
No, we're not doing
Network?
Breaking Wheel.
Yes, somebody did recommend Pipe Network.
Ooh, Pipe Network? Yeah, I think Pipe Network works.
By the way, chat, for those of you who don't know, today's video that I'm releasing is basically the unwittered truth. It's like the truth about the unwittered.
Who?
It's yeah. It's
Asked.
just the unwittered
Yeah.
truth.
No, I'm kidding.
Mods, kill this guy. Oh wait, I'm Mods.
You are the mod.
Mods, kill everyone.
Yeah, give me
Okay.
a second.
I'm sniping Clavis first.
Let's boom
Yeah, you better
And-
do that because if I do that, Clavis will have something very specific to say.
and boom. There we go. No chat, no me, just you guys.
Finally. Finally, we can start theorizing about something good. So, I'm just kidding, Terminal. I love you. Please don't snipe me.
I really like this idea, actually.
Yeah, no, I like the idea too.
Nope, that's not the one that I need to bring chat back for.
Guys.
There we go.
Completely off topic.
Yeah.
What's your favorite key on your keyboard? Mine is underscore. Look, here's the thing. As we're talking right now, I have the ability to do two things at the same time. You could call it a dual process theory.
Is this my hell?
His writing is this fire.
Is this what Ultimate Custom Night is like for me?
Maybe.
Is this how Papyrus feels when Sans won't stop making puns?
Maybe.
Okay.
Well,
Alright.
let's just say I'll see you on the flip side.
God damn it.
Withered, you know the meme of like Homer choking Bart. So I'm gonna make my girlfriend draw that, but it's gonna be me choking you.
Okay.
Me when I kill a minor. Me when I go to jail.
me when
Why's everybody
when
driving
I...
on the wrong side of the road?
You when I go to England.
All right, so we're gonna talk about Baby and the fun times while these two torment each other.
They use mimic programming.
Well, here's my thought process. William,
Your dual process.
shut up. Shut. That's it. I'm leaving.
Really?
My thought
Look,
process.
look, you have to be really careful saying these jokes around Clavis, guys. She's always nervous.
Oh my god.
That was good. That was good.
Was it?
I
That
feel
was
like a
good.
dad.
I think that was the best one. I gotta laugh out of Raven. I gotta laugh out of Raven.
I
That's
feel
all
like
that
a
matters.
40-year-old father that doesn't know how to make jokes anymore because he's past his prime and all these kids are saying 6'7".
That was not even close to 6'7". Chat, tell me you appreciate that. Let's see what chat has to say. I know they're all flaming me, but let's see what chat has to say.
Puzzle Theorist says Raven is such a master rage baiter.
It's just me telling increasingly bad jokes. I appreciate it, Withered. Please do more. Say less.
Don't encourage him.
I'm like just scrolling through my list. I'm scrolling through my DMs. See, okay, here's the thing, right? Actually, like, back on topic.
Yeah, okay.
Now that we're talking about the Mimic and so on, I have a feeling that with this theory, he'd be some kind of hyper droid. Damn, I
I'm
broke
leaving.
ahead of time.
Raven left.
I'm so chopped. I broke ahead of time. I ruined the joke. Ugh, crap. I should know better than this.
That's
kept
why
praying
I
for that
left,
this
because you
happening.
ruined it by laughing before saying it.
Look, as the old saying goes, evolve or die, Raven.
Evolve or die.
What was-
Evolve or live.
What was that video even about? I didn't watch it.
It was literally just about the
Nothing.
history of movies.
Okay, that's what I thought I saw
pasted the
somebody
wrong
say about
image.
it.
It was about nothing. It was just yapping. Hang on, I pasted the wrong
Yeah, it was
image.
literally
It's yap-
explaining
what?
like
I just did
movies
not
from like the
image I'm trying to
silent
post.
times all the way to modern day and how they evolved.
Okay.
It's so stupid. It has
Evolve or die.
nothing to do with film theory. It's just evolve or die.
Damn. So William saw how the puppet was able to control the animatronics and wanted to recreate that.
Look at what you're doing to Clavis. Look at what Clavis is saying in chat now. Look what you've done.
What's Clavis doing? I
That
don't
video
have,
talked about
the
things
stream
like
open.
bronze films.
Okay, that's good. Actually.
Okay. Okay.
I appreciate
Look,
that.
look at what you've done.
Yo, me and Clavis are low-key twinning. It's like we're some kind of dual process theory. I know they're not twins, but whatever.
They wither your circles? What does that even mean, chill user? What does that mean?
That doesn't mean anything.
What does that mean?
I'm allergic to bad jokes. They wither my circles. What?
Oh, my new video's out. Excuse me, please.
Burb, hello.
I'll be shamelessly plugging it everywhere.
Oh, okay, okay. Don't worry, I'll
Everyone-
send
Go dislike Withered Circles new video.
I'll send however many people are watching over there once we're done.
You know what?
39. Why are you guys watching this? This is ridiculous.
Because Withered's being stupid.
This is ridiculously
Because I'm
bad.
being funny. It's called engagement, Raven. You don't understand. It's
No, it's
called
called being
engagement.
stupid.
alright? You can't conceive of what I'm doing right here.
No.
You know what? I don't really appreciate what you're saying, and so I'm gonna leave you with some parting words. You know what I'm gonna say to you? As I
thinking
scroll
about
from my
reading
list
this?
of FNAF YouTubers that I haven't done yet.
Uh-huh.
Stop acting on impulse.
Is it done? Is it over?
Was he gonna say Impulse Evan, but he cut himself off?
I think so. I didn't even finish the joke.
Guys,
Oh god.
Guys, I think the circle in my head's feeling a little more withered.
I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. What was I even? What do we talk? Network. Something about networks. I think. Impulse evade.
I mean, this theory is so true that one could say it's even unwithered.
Oh. How do I hire Lixine to blow everything up?
I'm never being allowed on the terminal error channel again.
No one ever again. Don't continue the cycle. Oh. Now I have to sit here and contemplate my life because of the last 15 minutes. Oh.
One could say that we're studying this theory like it's a FNAFology.
Didn't even do what I wanted. I wanted to slam my head against the keyboard and it just made it just brought a pop-up up. We lost the Faz plot. Dear God. I don't think there's any coming back from this. To be honest, this may help with your guys' friendship in theory. I don't want to. How do I? Okay.
The funny thing is, Terminal, this is a group chat. You can't kick me from this call.
No, but I can leave. Okay.
Don't worry, I can still be in your chat continuing it.
That's it. I'm just ending stream. No, I'm kidding. That's it. No one gets to have fun anymore.
One could say that we're making L chips and Terminal's mental armor.
Okay. Network theory, or whatever we're gonna
I
call
saw you
it.
try not to laugh. I saw you try not to laugh.
Uh-huh. Raven, do you know anything about the Silver Eyes? What are they called? What are the animatronics called in the Silver Eyes trilogy? They're like the nightmares, but they're not.
Twisted ones?
That's it.
There's no way you forgot what the twisted ones were called.
Ye have little faith, Raven. Or maybe you have too much faith.
Yeah, it's literally the title of the book.
Yeah? I only remember the Silver Eyes. Actually, no. I remember the fourth closet, too. I just forget the Twisted Ones exists. It's literally the title of the book. So William is able to control the Twisted Ones through some sort of network system. That's all I know. Oh, they don't have the power drain limitation. William saw how the puppet was able to control the other animatronics and wanted to recreate it. For some reason, the fun times don't listen to Baby after becoming a nerd.
Because he got entered inside him, dog.
It is because he has entered inside him, dog. William can control them remotely in Silver Eyes from the stage controls. Michael can control them too and stop them in their tracks. William also says, I control the system in the Twisted Ones. Yes. Yeah, that's what controls the Twisted Ones through some sort of network is supposed to be talking about. That's what that's about. Are these important? This is what Clavis sent me. Ever since Charlie remade me, set me free to my destiny. Oh, this is... I think this is William speaking. I've been master of all these creatures. He crooked his finger and made a sharp gesture forward. Bonnie and the wolf took 2 steps forward in unison. See, all the animatronics are linked together. It was a system designed to control the choreography for the shows. Now I control the system. I control the choreography. All of this belongs to me. Oops. So that would be perfect for right there.
Okay, I'm gonna go make a burrito.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's not from El Chips. It's from After Family Robotics.
Shut up.
Okay, one could say that it uses guts from a certain.
Why are you still doing? Why are you still going? He left.
All right.
Withered
maybe
left.
I should read. Maybe I should TD read the nutrition fact.
Why are you still going?
Okay, I'm actually gonna go make a burrito though.
All right, I'll be here.
Bye bye.
Finally, chat. He's gone. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. But I think we're kind of close to getting most of our bullet points in, and then I'll use this in order to like type up a script over the next couple days. My narrows have been ravened. In actuality, the roots were a network of wiring that connected to every venue in the Pizzaplex. That wiring would sync up with the story-driven attractions and feed its programming to the appropriate hardwire. Every animatronic in the Pizzaplex would get its instructions from the storyteller from the tree's roots. The roots, Yvette had told Edwin were receiving those instructions from the storyteller through a network of fiber optic cables within the tree's trunks. So that would be a... I think we need a security breach one. Security breach. Because Raven keeps making these jokes, I think he's gonna have to get demuted. Oh, he's gone. So in the Twisted Ones, Charlie feels an immense pull from the field. She thinks it's her brother. It could just be a programming thing. Could be. Good night. Good luck in your quest. Thank you, Angel. See you later. But Narrow has an ultra low credit score. What? That's a crazy thing to say. What about the FNAF 2 movie network that connects the animatronic? Yeah. We got that up here, Burb. We got that up here. Where the puppet is able to control the toys and the wizards. For some reason, they're able to go across town without any problems once the one subroutine is turned off. And then this started me asking, how strong is this network supposed to be? Which this is probably a very important question to ask, because in the early days, I would think that it would only cover like the building itself and maybe a little bit outside the building. Because like we said earlier, like you know how in like movies you'll see like the mascot sitting outside the store and they're like spinning the sign. They're like, "Come on in, we got a sale going on." I'm thinking that that's what they could do for the pizzeria as well. On days that it's slow, they have the animatronics go outside and like try and advertise to bring people in. But like the fact that it's able to go across town is insane. That is huge. Like that's basically a Wi-Fi network that like covers the entire city. Like that's insane, right? Like I don't have a better thing to compare that to other than like think of your Wi-Fi network. Now think about it having like 1,000 times its strength and you can feel it across your town. That's ridiculous. Isn't that the plot of Pop Goes Weaselware moment? FNAF AR has the animatronics delivering pizza. I think it has them delivering themselves. I think that's what AR is doing. Like you order an animatronic in order to come to a party, and then Glitchtrap gets involved, and then he starts messing with all the animatronics. So like there is like a point where like this ramps up, right? We can kind of see this through what we've been talking about. So if we use FNAF 3 as our baseline, because this is whenever they're talking about the spring locks are able to they have the listening thing, right, where they hear sound and then they try and find the sound in order to entertain the kids or whatever, to entertain the people who are there. So they hear the sound and they go to it. But this doesn't. The way that it's described does not sound like it's a network just yet. This sounds like it's just like sonar, basically, where one animatronic hears it and they go to it. But if another animatronic is on the other side of the building, they're not going to go to that sound. They might find a different sound, or they might just stay on that side of the building. Then we have FNAF 2, I think is going to... No. Previous to FNAF 3 would be Secret of the Mimic. Which is like just setting up the idea that they want this Mimic programming in their animatronics. But we don't know why. We don't even know that they want the Mimic, I don't think. Because I think anytime the Mimic is mentioned by Dispatch, like actual Dispatch or Dispatch, it's just Fiona. Need that Fazbear Ent grade Wi-Fi. Dude, that would be crazy. I'm imagining like the upload speed of that. That would be crazy. Something that's strong enough to reach across town. Oh my god. I mean, it's probably like, if I'm thinking logically of what this is probably doing, they probably like 80s, 90s, early 2000s era, people weren't worried about Wi-Fi at the time. They're probably connecting to like cell towers somehow. That's probably how it's working, but I don't know that far. I'm not like this is like theorizing on theorizing. Like, does network theory exist? Maybe. If it does exist, how does it work in the real world? Cell towers, probably. I don't know. Oh, dude, no more stream buffer? Sign me up. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. Either towers or satellites. Yeah, were satellites very common in, like, the 80s and 90s? Like, I guess they kind of had to be. Yeah. Never mind. Remember those, Terminal? What are you saying? Remember satellite phones? Like, I'm, like, 400 years old. What do you mean? Like, dude, my first phone was a flip phone, but like it was like the same year the iPhone came out. I'm not that old. What are you talking about? Satellite phones. I remember watching Jurassic Park 3. They had a satellite phone on there. Oh my god. Oh man. Dude, the scene where actually I'm not gonna watch that. I was going to watch it on stream with you guys, but then I was like, wait a second, I'm probably going to get copyright stricken if I do that. I'm not that old. I'm not that old. Ugh. But like, there's a scene in the Jurassic Park 3 where I think it's a Stegosaurus. They're looking for. They apparently were like calling the satellite phone, and like they kept hearing it, and like they finally meet up with the other group who they were trying to find, and they were like, "Oh, we were just following your cell phone like ringtone," and they were like, "I haven't had my cell phone for the past few hours. I gave it to this guy who died earlier." And then they turn around because they hear the satellite phone going off, and it's the giant Stegosaurus just sitting there like, "You're next." Like, it's like, oh god. After robotics upscales NASA, true. Yes. Is the nightmare chambers being automated in Dinophobia also fall under a network? Probably. I would imagine that the fake animatronics sliding on the rails is part of some sort of automated system. I'm not sure if it would be a network or if it would just be an automated, like, something that automates, you know? It would probably be some sort of network. That way they could be like, okay, we're not going to have both of you go at the same time. Something like that. And it needs to probably have a network feature in order to know whenever there's no gas so that they can play the tape in order to try and like get him to restart the system. I don't know. Help, I blinked during the terminal jump scare. I won't be a dino pendant. FNAF is similar to Fallout. At a certain point in the 90s, it got the other side of the coin flipped. Compared to us IRL. Yeah. Where like they got like the 60s theme and everything. Like they FNAF got the advanced technology or whatever. Is the glitch trap tape virus thing that spreads over the VR game like a network? I don't think it's like a network. I think it's involved with the network. Like I think it's attempting to try and get into the main network. So like let's see if I can timeline this completely. So like the creation of the Mimic. The Mimic probably is like a network of some sort. What did I miss? What's the topic? Welcome Allison, by the way. We are trying to write down as much as we can about what I'm going to call network theory. And you came in at a good point because we're going to go through this in a timeline sequence, I think. So, Secret of the Mimic. Mimic is created, and Fazbear Entertainment wants it. Whether they're like an AI person, they're like, we want this because it's advanced technology. We just don't know what we want it for yet. So just make sure that you get it. It could be that. Or they already know what it's capable of, and they're like, we're going to slowly integrate it into what we have. Next up on the timeline, I did not write these in order, by the way. Sorry about that. FNAF 3. We learned that the Springlocks, which were made before they got their hands on the Mexus machine, were alerted to sounds. So Spring Bonnie hears a sound, they go towards the sound. But Fredbear most likely does not also go toward that sound unless he also hears it. So if they're in two separate parts of the pizzeria, only one of them hears the sound, the other one is not going to go towards it. Because they're not a part of this network that we're talking about. Then we go over to, I think FNAF 2 is going to be the next one. Yes. So FNAF 2, we have FNAF 2 and the FNAF 2 movie, where in the FNAF 2 game, they mention the criminal database. But Ralph doesn't exactly know what this is. He's just like, they're connected to some sort of criminal database. This might be the network, like the beginnings of them creating this network. And he just doesn't know because they're not filling him in on every everything. Let's put the funky FNAF music back on first. Where's the 25-minute one? Where's the other one? Whatever, we'll do this one. So, this is probably the beginnings of the network. And in FNAF 2, the movie, we see this very clearly, right? We see that the puppet is able to control the toy animatronics and the withered animatronics. And the only thing that's stopping them from being able to leave the pizzeria is something in the network that is making it so that they lose power exponentially as they leave the pizzeria. Then we go into the week before, where a lot of this stuff seems to be confirmed, what we just talked about. So whenever the Showtime program is run, all the animatronics, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, all go back to the stage. The only one that's not affected is Golden Freddy, okay? So that backs up what we've already been talking about, that the spring locks wouldn't be connected to this network, but they would start, it would start the process of it. They'd be like, okay, how do we make these animatronics better, right? If one animatronic hears it, then the other one should also maybe go towards that sound. That makes sense. And then we also see that for some reason the phones in the week before aren't able to make calls outside, or at least they can, but like you have to like put in a special code that Ralph does not remember, if I'm remembering correctly. So he can't call 911 unless he has an outside phone that he brings with him. There was something. I kind of mentioned it down here and I didn't want to rewrite it, but we see that in the week before, the animatronics are able to leave the pizzeria. And like, they don't do it earlier in the week most of the time because they don't have enough power, but later in the week, they do it more and more whenever they go to kill Ralph because they're siphoning more power throughout the week. So you're more likely to see an animatronic leave the pizzeria if it's like on a Friday than it is on a Monday. So yeah, the whatever the thing is that is draining their power seems to also carry over into the first game, which is why the animatronics are stuck inside the building. But it's also important to note that this network is most likely made because of or at least a function of it is to give them locations where they're not able to go to. So we know that the animatronics aren't able to enter the safe room, right? But for some reason, they're able to leave the pizzeria far beyond the pizzeria. It's not like 10 feet outside the pizzeria where they would like do little activities or whatever. They could go all the way to Ralph's house across town or go into the forest in order to kill Ralph. This is like, they specifically removed the safe room from a place that they can go to. So then after the week before, we go into the FNAF 1 movie. This means that Henry and William loved each other. Very true. Very true. They go, and they were boys. Showtime button activates the animatronics, causing them all to sing and dance to the same song. But then we also get to see that Freddy is able to break from the network. Like the spirit of the Freddy animatronic stops singing and dancing and looks in the direction of Mike and just keeps staring there for a little bit. And then he goes back to what he's doing. So they are able to go against their programming, but it's harder. It seems to be harder for them. Abby can't connect to the network. Mike has to sleep to get a glimpse. Very true. After FNAF 1, I guess it would be somewhere around here. That's the next point. I don't know if it's going to be Silver Eyes is probably the next one, where we see that William is able to control the twisted animatronics, right? which I think this is like his main goal. He not only wants to, like, he wants his immortality thing, but he also just wants like mindless zombies that he's able to control, right? And the fact that he connects himself into this network of animatronics means that he's able to be the ringleader of these animatronics. And we see that through this quote that is cutting off because Google Docs, but it's fine. These ones also don't have that power limitation that we were talking about earlier, where at night, that's whenever they go out and like do their stuff. During the day, they bury themselves. They don't go back to the pizzeria. They bury themselves. So they don't seem to have this same power limitation that we were talking about earlier, where they lose power very quickly once they leave. Could just be that Afton turned it off, or I don't know. Maybe he built them specifically so that they wouldn't have this limitation on them. They run on remnant. That could be it. Afton was alone, so he made some twisted friends. And then we see something very similar in Baby and the Fun Times, where it seems like William saw how the animatronics functioned, and he either theorized that he could do something like what we see within the movie, where the puppet is able to control the other animatronics, and he wanted to create that, or in the games we get something similar to the FNAF 2 movie, and he wants to recreate that. One of the two. But for some reason, doesn't work out for poor Baby, because once they get out of the Funtime bunker, the other animatronics don't want to listen to her. So either Baby isn't connected to the network properly, which could be what that chip is that got removed, right? There's a chip that gets removed from Baby, and that could be why they're no longer listening to her. Or the other option is, for some reason, the kid's remnant is going against the network that they're connected to. Because I think this is a slightly different network than the original Freddy's network. It's similar, but it's different enough that like the remnant getting pulled from one network and then injected into another one makes it so that these kids don't want to listen to this network. This is a different. This is like your friend's parents, right? You're not listening to your friends. Like, you might listen to them occasionally, but like the person that you listen to the most is your parent, right? So like they're in a different network. The different network is your friend's parent. You'll listen to them sometimes, but like the one that you really need to be listened to is your parent. So yeah. So for some reason, Baby doesn't have that network control that Afton was looking for. And they split off and create Scrap Baby and Molten Freddy. Then the next one would be AR, where we see Fazbear Entertainment just go full network, where the animatronics deliver themselves across, I'm assuming, the globe, right? If AR was available across the globe, then that means that this theoretically is a network that spans across the globe. And then Glitchtrap got into that network. Got it, network. Got it, Terminal. I'm going to listen to my parents. Yeah, verb. So yeah, there's this network spans across the entire planet. As long as AR spans across the planet. That would have to be a satellite. Yeah, some sort of system. It could also just be how like actual computers work, where like they're connecting to like via Wi-Fi somehow, and then the network is more of like a database that they're connecting to, you know? So all you would need is some sort of credentials in order to get in, like a login or password or whatever, or like the special key in order to like make sure that you are supposed to be accessing it. And that's how it gets into this network. Like, it's just one singular network, possibly the Mexis machine, and they're all connecting back to it via like Wi-Fi or something. Because AR takes place in 2018, 2020, somewhere around there. We have Wi-Fi at that point. So like the Wi-Fi capability of animatronics is something that we can think about at this point. And then after AR, once Glitchtrap like infects this network and like all the animatronics are doing their thing, the AR network gets shut down. But it doesn't exactly mean that the actual network itself is gone. In fact, that's that's probably how Glitchtrap gets into the animatronics in the Pizzaplex, is like it's just the same network. They're just not doing as much with it anymore. They're putting 5G in the animatronics. I mean, you're not wrong. But yeah, that would mean that the AR network gets shut down, but like the overall network for like the Pizzaplex is still there. Like it's the same network. They're just not letting animatronics outside of the Pizzaplex connect to it anymore. Or at least the AR animatronics, I should say, because then we get into Security Breach, where we do see, Freddy is going to be a big thing here. Glamrock, Freddy isn't connected to the network. This is going to probably be a huge portion of this theory, right? Because like I think a lot of people were like, I'm liking what you're saying so far, right? A lot of you seem to be saying that the Raven and Withered Circle both seem to like it. They liked what I was saying so far. This is where we need to like probably sit here and have a lot of discussion. I assume a big portion of this video will also be about the Vanny network. Yes. The Vanny network and Freddy himself are going to probably be, because that's probably what the Vanny network is. Like, it's probably the exact same thing, you know, as to this actual network that I'm talking about. It's been evolving over time, and eventually it's gotten to the point where like they see the Pizzaplex in this weird purple light, and all the animatronics are most of the animatronics are pink, but some of them are green for some reason, and then Freddy is just, you can't see him at all. Wasn't there something about sun/moon/eclipse? What do you mean? Probably. But what do you mean? Made a video about volcanoes once. It's funny you say that, Chill User, because that was going to be the other video that you guys didn't choose. that was going to be something that I was going to bring up in that video that you guys didn't choose. It's going to probably still come out as long as like I don't lose interest in it, which might happen. Honestly, from what I've heard with Raven saying, I need to get out some of my theories before he gets his videos out, because his video sounds very good. And as soon as his video comes out, if I try and put this one or the other one out, I think a lot of people are going to be like, no, you're stupid. You sound so stupid for saying this. Shut up. Never speak again. I thought you were crazy, bro. I know. Everyone thought I was crazy. But I was right, except I wasn't. Volcano victim. I do like that theory still. Even though I know it's not true, I love it. And I will still make reference to it occasionally. Okay. So, Security Breach. Freddy isn't connected to the network because he's in safe mode. Uh, now, thoughts on how this is going to work. If they're going off of actual technology, right? It's probably like an online and offline mode. Online / offline mode, right? So that's how I'm imagining safe mode is working. Online mode means that he's connected to the network, everything's fine. Offline mode means he's not connected to the network anymore, and he basically has to have a central copy of all of his programs, all of his basic programs that he needs. Anything extra is going to be something that he needs to get back online for. So like being able to communicate with the animatronics wirelessly. That's the only thing I could, like, whenever they're doing the dance routines and stuff like that. That's what I'm assuming that the networking is for. Frequency 4625. Dun dun dun. Offline, Stitch line, Andrew line. Never speak of Andrew here again. Where did you get the idea for volcanoes from, though? It was from the molten material that we kept seeing throughout Secret of the Mimic. Because the idea was that, like, Edwin was trying to... Because he created recycling. I could also see him try and, like, cut corners by, like, getting his own materials for his projects. Like metal and stuff like that, things that you can get from volcanic material. And Utah is a huge place that has I guess it's not huge, but it has a lot of volcanoes, a lot of active volcanoes. So the idea was that, like, he's farming molten material in order to use on his projects, which is why he has huge, giant vats of molten stuff. Because, like, there's no reason he should have that much, like, molten material in there, right? Son becomes angry and cries Gregory out of the and carries Gregory out of the play area, then alerting the others to Gregory's location as punishment for not keeping the lights on. That's actually really good. Yes. No, yes. That's incredible. That's incredible. That would work. Son notifies the other animatronics when he tosses Gregory out. Because, like, they might have a general idea of, like, he's not in the main area of the Pizzaplex, but they have no idea that he's in the daycare, right? I don't think anything is alerting them to him being in the daycare. And then all of a sudden he's just like, hey, guys, he's here. Like, the only thing that they might know, might suspect something is up, is when the lights turn out in the daycare. And then they might be like, oh, that's not supposed to happen. Like, if one of them checks on it, they might be like, oh, that's not supposed to happen. But Son notifying the other animatronics and then them being like, he's here, like, them all just swarming on him. If it's not that they were already in the room at that point, then that means that Son was sending out some sort of alert to the other animatronics, which means that they're on some sort of network. But they wouldn't go investigate because Mood is in charge of that area. Yes. Yes. You are banned from the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. So Sun notifies the other animatronics when he tosses Gregory out. Glamrock Freddy isn't connected to the network because he's in safe mode. Do you think Despicable Me is related to FNAF? Absolutely. Absolutely. Each and every one of those minions is an animatronic. Volcano victim line theory or something. I feel like there needs to be more that we need. I'll put a bullet point for the Vanny network, just so that I don't forget about it. But Glamrock Freddy is going to be a big question mark on how he actually works with this network, because I believe he says that he's on limited power and probably on less functionality, something like that. Mio, welcome back. I think that's what he says, something along those lines, which makes sense for him to be in an offline mode, like not connected to the network. We also see, oops. We see Glamrock Freddy lose power more frequently in safe mode. So that would theoretically mean that safe mode, offline mode, is effectively doing the exact same thing that the original animatronics would do when they left the pizzeria, right? Animatronic leaves the pizzeria, they start losing power. Safe mode, offline mode, does the exact same thing, even if he hasn't left the pizzeria. I am sensing Remnant Plex. I figured we'd touch on Remnant Plex with one of the two. One of the two is probably like this theory or the other one that was chosen, wasn't chosen. Both of them probably need to go over just a little bit. We're getting there though. We're getting there. So we see Glamrock Freddy losing power more frequently in safe mode. He literally needs to recharge every hour, which is ridiculous. And I think he's the only one who has this problem because of safe mode. Safe mode makes it so that he can't, he needs these hourly recharges. What am I forgetting? Freddy lying to Vanessa really bothers me. What about the staff bots? Staff bots would probably also be on this. Yeah, no, they are, because we can see them in the Vanny network. If the Vanny network theoretically is the same network that we're talking about, which I think it is, I think it's this network that's been evolving over time, and the Vanny network is what they finally named it for us. That means that the staff bots should be seen on the Vanny network, which they are. We do see staff bots whenever we wear the mask. That's an awesome point, actually. Who said that? Utter Clown. All the animatronics get dirtier over time too. That's true. That's true. Which I think that's a Remnant Plex thing, right? Where the Remnant is like... Am I remembering Remnant Plex correctly? I think the way that Remnant Plex works is that like the Remnant and Aggie power the animatronics, but as they lose Remnant and just hold on to the Agony is what dirties them over time. Is that what Remnant Plex is, or did I imagine that? Or is that a spin-off of Remnant Plex? Dude, I really need to rewatch some of these like big theories that a lot of people talk about. They're like, I know this theory, and I'm like, dude, I haven't seen that in months, and you're quoting that like you just watched it. That's my understanding, something like that. Okay, cool. Sometimes people are just like, dude, this theory is just like blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, I watched that 3 months ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't worry, you've seen Friendship Theory, so you've seen the important stuff. Exactly, Clavis. Need a FNAF refresher, because my goodness. That would probably actually be really nice. Just a nice FNAF. Ooh, somebody should do that. Just like at the end of the year, like catch up on like everyone's big theories that a lot of people still talk about. Like the first one would probably need to be like the last 2 or 3 years. That way people could be like, all right, this is Gura, thanks for stopping by. Good night. But that would be an interesting idea, just to have somebody be like, here are like the big theories that we've had in 2026. The first one probably needs to be like 2024, 2025, 2020, because I don't think anybody's done something like this, but like it's a quick recap of like the big theories and like one-stop shop. Okay, you didn't hear about this theory, even though a lot of people are talking about it. This is the person who made it. This is the basic breakdown. You want more information? You got to actually go watch the video. And like, for somebody like me who forgets things constantly, if I watch this video that like quickly touches on everyone, then I'll get the basic idea, and I'll probably remember more bits whenever I watch that small section. I'll be like, oh yeah, they also mentioned this thing. Incredible idea. God help us if we have to open Escape the Pizzaplex, but I feel like there's almost definitely a mention about Reagent being connected to stuff too, but I also really don't want to open that book. You might be right. I vaguely remember there's a port. Too bad Raven's gone, because I think he was reading Escape the Pizzaplex the other day. I think there's a portion. Let me see if I can remember. There's a portion where we're trying to fix Roxy, right? And we have to play rock, paper, scissors, and one of 3 colors, I believe, on the computer in order to fix her. Because Gregory is he's a little dickhead, all right? I hate Escape the Pizzaplex. Don't worry. We are Escape the Pizzaplex haters around here. Don't tell Raven I said that, though. We don't want the Skinny Birdman angry, okay? There's a portion where we're trying to fix Roxy, because Roxy is like, she's like, imagine like your friend just got bit by a zombie and they're like turning. But like you can save them. You have the opportunity. Except your dick friend decides, hey, you want the zombie cure? You have to answer my 3 riddles. That's the best way that I can describe what is happening in this section of the book. So Roxy is like about to change into like the form where she's about to be like, I'm going to eat you, Cassie. And Cassie's like, all right, I just have to answer these 3 questions that Gregory put in this computer. And the computer is directly connected to Roxy, which no matter what you do, the reagent then gets like, knows where you're at. It gets your location, because Gregory made it so like, haha, you fixed Roxy. Well, I'm still going to send the reagent after you. That's probably Escape the Pizzaplex. Fixing Roxy causes the reagent to be notified. Now, excuse me, there's a number of ways that the reagent could be notified here because of this. I do believe most of them would be connected to some sort of network. Whether the reagent is like, hang on a second, Roxy just got removed from the network. Last I saw her, when she was in the network, she was in this room. And then it's like, okay, I'm going to head in that direction in order to see what the heck just happened. The other way is, of course, the computer itself is literally just sending out a signal straight to the reagent being like, yo, dude, hey, wake up. You need to go get Cassie. She's in this room right now. One of the 2 is happening. I just told the reagent your address. Joke's on you. I've got a COVID mask still. I'll be fine. I don't get the hate for Escape the Pizzaplex. It's like, I think most of the hate from Escape the Pizzaplex comes from people were expecting more from it, and like it kind of didn't live up to the previous 2 books. Because like there was obviously a villain that they could have chose for this book. And guess what? Vanny's not there. All right. They decided to come up with the reagent for some reason. They could have touched more on the mystery of who killed Bonnie, but there's nothing there. They could have had Cassie discover the burn trap down in the basement or the mimic or something like that. Nope. She doesn't get anywhere close to it. So it's like there was paths that they could have added to this book and they just weren't included. That's just it. And I think that's the only reason why it gets a lot of hate. It's also most of the paths in the book are literally just the exact same thing. Like you choose to go left and then go right. Oh, well, turns out it's the exact same if you were to go right and then left. You know, like it's just disappointing where like some of the decisions didn't really matter because it leads to the exact same outcome. And the endings are very similar to one another with one of them standing out. And it's like, just because you see Gregory again, that's it. But don't you have like 5 different endings that are basically the same, but in one of them, Gregory's? You typed it, Clavis, and I was literally saying it, and I just didn't read chat yet. Yeah, it's literally another one of the problems. Is like, it's just so like, it doesn't matter. It's the exact same thing. The mimic sent Cassie a message outside of the building in ruins. So what stopped the mimic from reaching out to someone sooner? That's a fantastic question. And I'm assuming at least Return to the Pit had Oswald getting hit by a car. Dude, that was so funny. I love that. I think Johnny the Night Guard made a YouTube short on it. And every time it comes by on my shorts feed, I always watch it. It's so funny because he's just like, oh, you have a disagreement with your dad, you get hit by a car. You try and run away from Pit Trap, you get hit by a car. Like, because it's like 4 of the endings are just you dying to getting hit by a car. What's my take on the FNAF 3 ending? My current take right now is that the and this kind of was influenced a little bit by Raven himself, because Raven was like, yo, I'm telling you a little bit about my next video. But here my current, because he was telling me more about how Remnant works and stuff like that, because I skipped a few of the books, and by a few I mean a lot of them. Terminal happens to look away every time I comment. Sorry. I think people found it boring because it's essentially a link between the Gregory Game Jolt account and Secure Reach, and not a lot of people know about the Game Jolt account or acknowledge it. Raven made a big video on that, and I think that's why I was like, don't make the Skinny Birdman mad, because he was like, as soon as he read the Escape the Pizzaplex, he was like, oh, this is just connecting these two things. Like, he was already doing a video on the Game Jolt account, and then he read Escape the Pizzaplex, and he was like, oh, this is just these are just connected. But yeah, current ending to FNAF 3. I'm thinking, let me start the music back up. Perfect. So Raven reminded me how the ball pit works, where like it's basically just people stuck in these memories, and it's either Andrew or Jake like pulls them out of these bad memories and puts them in a good memory and traps them in a good memory. They're not moving on. They're just now stuck in a good memory rather than a bad memory. So the bad ending is keeping them stuck in that bad memory. The good ending is moving them into a good memory. Neither one has them moving on, however. They're just stuck in a memory, which allows them to be pulled out, right? That's kind of the thought process right now, for me at least. What was it? Right. Fixing Roxy causes the reagent to be notified. Has to be a network somehow in order to be notified. Glamrock Freddy isn't connected to the network because he's in safe mode, online/offline mode. We see Glamrock Freddy lose power frequently in safe mode, including there's one of the endings where he needs to get charged with a car battery. And I guess this would carry over into Ruin, where we see Cassie put the mask on and we don't see Freddy, which means that Freddy would also be in safe mode. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's our Freddy, but it could be. It very well could be our Freddy. I go back and forth because, like, it makes sense. He's in the same general area, has the same general damage. He's missing his head. Like, a lot of it is pointing towards it being our Freddy, but there's a different box in his chest, and he has prototype on his foot. It's like two very key details that are no, this is not your Freddy. And why would they do that? But no matter what, it seems like that Freddy in Ruin is in a similar boat. That Ruin Freddy also not seen on the Vanny Network. Speaking of Vanny Network, let's go down here. Vanny Network is, I'm thinking, I want to say that this is going to be the network that we've been talking about. Like, the Vanny Network is what network theory is basically. It's just evolved over time, and it now has an actual name. I'm sorry, I just saw somebody hop onto a Steam game that I didn't think that existed. What? Minecraft Dungeons is on Steam? And Minecraft Legends? Since when? Since when was Minecraft Dungeons and Minecraft Legends on Steam? Okay. Normal Minecraft isn't. So don't get your hopes up, guys. Maybe if Minecraft links up with Steam, you could just look at Steam. It's on Steam. I didn't believe it when I saw it. It's just those two games though. I'm so confused. I never thought that they were on Steam before. I didn't think anything Minecraft was on Steam. Okay. This is most likely the network we've been talking about, but given a name, and allows us to see, allows users to see into the network. So it allows you to see things like the actual animatronics glowing, the what are they called? The parent and child nodes, things like that. I don't think the Freddy in Ruin is the real Freddy. I believe both Burn Trap and Princess Quest endings happened, but Cassie's dad did the Princess Quest ending, and the real Freddy is with Gregory. That's kind of what I think too. But like I don't know. I think it depends on the day which one if I think that he's our Freddy or not. Right now, I don't think he's our Freddy. Maybe tomorrow I'll think he's our Freddy, but like right now I don't think he's our Freddy. I just think he has very similar problems with him, and I don't know why they basically made a second Freddy with the same chest damage, missing a head, and not a part of the network, which is all things that like we know that the Freddy from Security Breach had. Like, I just don't understand why they would make a second Freddy for that, you know? So Vanity Network is most likely the network we've been talking about, but finally given a name, right? Because anytime Phone Guy says anything about this, he doesn't really understand what it is. Yeah, and the mask allows us to see into the network. So it allows us to see what is connected to this network and when we take the mask off, find out what isn't. Right, so we see that a Freddy, that Ruined Freddy, is not connected to this network because he's not seen on the mask. What are they called? The little module things that like you have to turn off in order to take the mask off. Do they have a name? You guys know? I just want to put a bullet point here asking, are they important? Because not the child nodes. Child nodes are the things that you go to, like the trash and stuff that connects back to the giant rabbit heads. Inhibitors, yes. Thank you. Inhibitors. Important. Because, like, that feels like an important thing, right? Like, we are...
Way to go, superstar.
Thank you, this guy. Because we've been talking about the network this entire time, and we now have something that allows us to see into this network. And we also have another piece of machinery that will trap us in the network unless we turn it off. Very true, Pure Hydro. I really want to see what happens if we turn that one off. Because then we get to see what the ride is supposed to, like, it could be showing us. I read those child noodles. Because I don't know if there's an important piece to that puzzle. Like, is it just supposed to give us a puzzle in the game? Maybe. Like, that could just be it, you know? It could just be a way to give us a puzzle. Hey, you have the mask on? Great, you can't take it off now. Or vice versa. You have the mask off? Great, you can't put it on now. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay. So here's the thought process, right? We don't actually get to see any of these inhibitors down in the area where we find the mimic, right? But we do get to notice its existence because we're not able to put the mask on until one very particular part of this cave. Right? We have to be standing right in front of the Fredbear cutout, which this is probably an entirely other thing that I also need to put into this theory is what is this Fredbear cutout and why are we able to put the mask on in front of it? Anyway, we aren't able to put the mask on down in the basement with the mimic. I'm wondering if that's because there are AR inhibitors down in the basement that are stopping the mimic from joining the Vanny network. Because if the mimic gets into the network, we're screwed. It's windy out. It's like you know how in Age of Ultron, there's the scene where not Jarvis, what's his name? Vision grabs a hold of Ultron's head, and then we see like the weird like 100 like videotapes or whatever go through, and then he goes, you locked me out. It's because he's getting him out of the internet. Like Ultron is getting cut off from the internet, because if a single copy of him is still in the internet, then Ultron can come back somehow. I'm wondering if this is like a similar case where the Mimic cannot enter the Vanny network or this Fazbear network in general, or else it will be able to multiply and spread everywhere, like literally across the entire internet / globe, like a literal, like worse than the glitch trap virus. Or maybe it is just the glitch trap virus. Who knows? Maybe it's trying to stop it from connecting back to the glitch trap virus, because then it would be a horrible monster. Freddy cutout ice creams freak me out. If all the animatronics are connected to the network and they got scanned into Help Wanted VR game, does that mean the code on the circuit boards they created that created glitch trap could be the network? That's kind of what I'm thinking. That they somehow got these circuit boards from something from this network, right? Because we do know, right, from FNAF Help Wanted 1, we know that these circuit boards had the movement patterns, and even I think like some of the models of these animatronics. It saved so much time for these programmers. And I think even some of the pizzeria layouts, right? It saved incredible amounts of time for them, because the network had all that data. It had the pizzeria layout. It had the animatronics. It had their movement patterns. They really didn't have to do much other than plug it in. But there was one thing on that network circuit board that they didn't account for, and that was glitch trap. And that's where the program started fixing itself and doing these things that were completely unexpected from what they were expecting, is because the network was already infected. Because yeah. I think Help Wanted did specify that the old hardware contained show routines as well. Yes. Show routines is probably what I'm thinking of whenever I say the walking patterns. But yeah, that yeah. All those eyes in ruin. Yeah. All the eyes. Dude. I'm liking where this is going. But let me put something under the Vanny network. The inhibitors. That's the word I'm looking for. The AR inhibitors may be used to keep the Mimic out of the network. And it might be important for me to try and figure out where some of these inhibitors are, just so that, like, in case this is also supposed to show us that the Mimic is already in some of the network, but it can't reach some of these places because of the inhibitors, right? So, like, it's able to access some of the Pizzaplex. But, like you said, or like one of you said, there's the inhibitor in the Monty ride, right? The Monty ride is, like, we can't put the mask on. And then later in the Monty ride, whenever we get into the Monty Golf area, the catacomb or the catwalks area, That's whenever the ride starts going haywire and speeding up towards an area where Cassie is about to fall and die. Like, the moment that we get away from the inhibitor is whenever something starts acting up. Kind of sounds to me like the Mimic might have access to portions of the network, but the inhibitors are stopping it from getting to other areas. The AR inhibitors may be used to keep the Mimic out of the network or out of certain areas. Monty ride is fine until you leave the cardboard cutout section. Oops, 2 eyes section, and then it speeds up to crash. Boom. Boom. Man in the yellow rabbit suit, hello, welcome. Sea of space monsters, hello. I drew more boys kissing. Incredible, Burb. Incredible. In Help 1 2, Cassie's dad puts the Roxy's mask. Dad put the Roxy's mask, which is in a security node. Do you think he also put all security nodes and maybe even program Mexis? That's why it has a Bonnie avatar. This probably goes into the idea that this network thing evolves over time. So, like, every programmer adds a little bit to it, but, like, doesn't change the core of the network. And I think that might be one of the things, is that if Cassie's dad does do anything with Mexis, he might just be changing, he might change the, along with what else he does with it. But, like, one of the things that he does is changes the avatar to be a rabbit, right? Because it's clear that the Mexis and the Vanny network are very close to one another. They work interchangeably. Maybe not interchangeably, but they work. The Mexis rabbit is able to activate one of these AR inhibitors. Yeah, it's able to literally turn one of them on, which means that it's somehow connected to this thing. That might mean that Mexis is just like an antivirus. That it's just an antivirus. It's meant to go around, make sure the AR inhibitors are turned on. That way nobody gets too close to the Mimic. Things like that. Yeah, and the Chica, yeah, exactly. The Chica cupcake part. It like turns it on, and Cassie's like, I gotta take this off now. Is hand unit also part of the system? Sort of, yeah. Theoretically, it would be. Because they would need to do the announcements over the loudspeakers and stuff. Nord Mexis pre-installed McAfee. Yeah. This should probably go into somewhere here. Probably, this is talking about, this is the Bobby Dots. This is the storyteller stuff, which maybe this should just be its own bullet point. There we go. And then I think we will cover Help Wanted 1 and 2 real quick. Vengeful VPN is crazy. help wanted and
Way to
help
go,
wanted
superstar.
2. Thank you, Nammers. 14. So we have help wanted and we'll have help wanted 2. And I think once we get these down, that'll be most of the points that I want to cover in this. And then we'll probably wrap up stream. I'll go eat, maybe start actually typing this out. But I'll have most of the evidence pieces that I want to pull from. And then I'll let you guys know whenever this starts getting ready to come out. So we did talk about some of this. The circuit boards. Circuit boards. Old boards that had usable code. That code included things like crap, what was it? It was the Showtime performance, I think. Performances. Showtime routines. That's the word I was looking for. Showtime routines. Map layout. That's not Mao. Not Mayo without a Y. Showtime routines, map layout, and possibly even animatronic, like the 3D models of animatronics. Circuit boards. Circuit boards used to help with development. Old circuit boards that had usable code. This code included things like Showtime routines, map layouts, 3D animatronic models. And it would make sense for all of this to be on there if it was something pulled from the network, right? We're talking about this whole network theory, right? This network needs to know the map layouts of these buildings. It needs to know... It might not need to know what the animatronics actually look like, but it might help. And it should absolutely know the Showtime routines. Most of this stuff should be included in this network of some sorts. It's me, Golden Freddy, unless Vengeful VPN. It's meow. I'm back. What did I miss? Vengeful VPN. So if the Pizzaplex was a functioning digital body, then the inhibitors create like digital blood clots. Basically, yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. Is possibly if the Mimic is like the virus, right, and it's trying to get into the Pizzaplex digitally, and we look at the Pizzaplex itself as a body, then the inhibitors are supposed to try and like stop it from getting to certain areas, certain vital areas that would... I'm just hoping that the inhibitors are in actual vital areas. I would think that the ride itself would probably be a vital area because, like we see with Cassie, if it speeds up at the wrong time, somebody could get injured. So if the Mimic is trying to hack in and causes the ride to crash, not only is somebody going to die from that fall, having a giant alligator ride cart land on top of you while you're just trying to play a game of mini golf, that doesn't sound very fun. So yeah, the circuit boards, theoretically, if they are coming from this network thing that we're talking about, it should have most of this data that is needed for this game. Plus, if I'm correct, that the network that is used from AR, right? The AR network that allows the animatronics to deliver themselves and things like that. If that, they basically just turned off the AR functionality, but they still use the network itself. That means that whenever they pull one of those circuit boards out in order to use it in Help Wanted, to create the Help Wanted game, that means that Glitch Trap is already in there, because we know from AR that Glitch Trap is in the AR network. Okay, yeah. So, Glitch Trap is already in the network. Thanks to AR. Is there anything else that's super important to know about this network from Help Wanted? I don't think so. Because Help Wanted, besides that specific thing about the circuit board, I don't think it really like, they're not uploading this game into the network, right? They're yeah, I think this is good. Help Wanted 2, though. This is where we need to get into talking about Help Wanted 2. The only things I can think of are the Endo Warehouse to lean into the safe mode stuff. It has, it has to be physically connected to the network through roof cables since it first exists in safe mode. May I loiter? You can come loiter. You mean in the room? You may come. You might have to move something, but you can come. Help Wanted 2. And the fact that the Fizzy-Faz staff bots all seem connected with the way they revolt all at... Ooh, that's good. That is good. I'll just put staff bots. Staff bots revolt. They all seem to revolt. Because I was going at it more of like the Nair just in chat. Okay. The Digital Union. Oh my god, that's Fazbear Entertainment's worst nightmare. They could unionize at a like instant speed. one staff bot goes, "Hey guys, I don't think I really like the working conditions that we're in." Uploads that to the network. Everyone's like, "It's time to unionize!" Like instantly. The amazing Digital Union. Also weird Insecure Breach that the Endos all target Gregory. That could be a network thing, because they all, like, even after Gregory leaves after Security Breach, they're all still stuck on some sort of Gregory subroutine. They're like, I still, like Roxy is specifically like, I still have to find Gregory. I don't think it's so much seen in the other two, because Monty is just like, and Chica cannot speak until unless you fix her. But Roxy is still stuck in Gregory mode. She is still like, I'm hunting this child. Kill the child. But yeah, what I really wanted to focus on is that we do use the Vanity Mask quite a lot in Help Wanted. And we see that Glitch Trap is trying to deny us access to things. Glitch Trap attempts to deny us access to things depending on if we have the mask or not. I mean, I guess he does it no matter what, because like Raven said earlier, there is the mini game where what is it? What do we do? It's when we're doing the makeup thing with Roxy, and sometimes it can come up on the screen and like block the thing, so we can't see what we need to put on Roxy next. I think there might be another mini game that does that as well, but I'm just gonna put this, and hopefully I will remember to include that later. But yeah, because like he literally like stops, like we don't have access to half of the mini games that we can play in that game unless we remove the mask. So he is blatantly trying to stop us from getting to some of these games for some reason, depending on if we're wearing the mask or not. Princess Quest. Princess Quest. This is probably something that could go under security breach, but I'm going to put it here because I didn't think about it until now. Well, we did think about it. I just didn't type it. So Princess Quest. The arcades communicate with one another so that how do I want to word this? I want to say that the arcades communicate with one another so that somebody can't play a sequel before a prequel. Buddy can't play a sequel before playing the prequel. We'll put that. That should be fine. So like that kind of does mean that there is some sort of network happening, right? In Princess Quest, Chica invades the network. Lol, she's watching. This is true. All part of the same brain. Yes. Somehow, this network is connected to the toys, to the arcades, to the loudspeakers. You know, everything is connected to this network. The arcades are just one of the best examples because we see that you have to play 1, and then you have to play 2, and then you have to play 3, and theoretically you have to play 4 afterwards, but it's not quite known if you need to play 3 in order to play 4. It's theoretically, yes, you do have to because we saw the pattern happening in Security Breach, but not completely confirmed. But yeah. The arcades communicate with one another so that somebody can't play a sequel before playing a prequel. We also see, the arcade wants B10 will release, I'll just put the person under glitch traps control, because I have the bullet point as Princess Quest. In this example, it is specifically Vanessa, but we also see it with theoretically the Balloon Boys arcade adventure. I forget what the name of the arcade cabinet is, but when that's beaten, theoretically, that's whenever Gregory gets released from Glitch Traps control. Is there anything else that I'm forgetting? Anyways, here's the entirety of the room where it happens from Hamilton. Mr. Oh God. Balloon World. Okay. I'm thinking of the FNAF 3 one then, R-Type, BB's Air Adventure. I bet they renamed it after. The arcade conspiracists glitched them all together. Yes. Glitch them. Would that work? Did we mention Bonnie sending out a distress signal through the wet floor bots? Oh. Let me know if you want me back. If you want to join, go for it, Withered. But the wet floor bots are an incredible pull, Utter Clown. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay, so that's in Ruin. I don't have a specific Ruin spot, so we'll just do it under here because I put Vanny Mask here. Wet floor bots. This is clearly some sort of network. You cannot access Bonnie's room unless you deactivate all the other floor bots. And then you have to deactivate. Hello? Oh, okay. I was worried. I saw the little thing saying you were speaking, and I thought I couldn't hear you for a second. Okay. Yeah. Must deactivate
All right, I'm here.
wet floor bots. Welcome in. In order to access the Bonnie room and
Is-
deactivating all of them deactivates Bonnie. What's up?
Okay. So I have like a whole thing about the wet floor bots and the AR world and whatever that is unrelated to what are we calling this? Can I just call it network theory for now?
Yeah, until we get a more solid name.
All right. So my interpretation is different. It's more spiritual, whatever. But if we go off of this, I think it's interesting that the wet floor bots cry when you put on the AR mask. They have like human voices.
Ooh, they
So I think
do.
it could be a connection that the network isn't purely digital. It could also have some sort of I mean, honestly, I think that network theory, you're just interpreting like the flip side and FNAF world and the spirit world and its connection to AR and so on in a different way from me, because I think it's just like the spirit world is what ties all the stuff together,
Mhm.
and the technology kind of connects to that. But the wet floor bots are a cool call out. I don't know why they specifically would be linked to Bonnie, because I don't think Bonnie is one of the nodes. Like, obviously, you don't have to deactivate Bonnie to get to the mimic, but he doesn't even have
Yeah, I don't think there's
uh,
anything wrong
a
with
node.
him.
Yeah. Weird. I don't know. So, any updates since the last time? I'm just checking in for a little bit. Want to see how the theory process is going.
Hang on, let me type this out. Wet floor bots also cry when deactivated.
Actually, they cry just all the time. They cry like 24/7.
They're crying children. We have two and a
Say that
half
again?
pages. We have 2.5 pages of bullet points right now. I'll probably have to reorganize this so it's in more of chronological order, because I think that's how I want to present it in the theory, so that we go from the very basics of, okay, we have the spring locks that they use the sound cues in order to try and get into rooms that have people in them, and evolve over time until it connects back into the Vanny network later. But yeah, I don't think there's anything like groundbreaking.
The wet floor bots feel like a big connection waiting to be made.
Yeah. That was probably the biggest connection that I was just like, who said? I think it was Utter Clown was just like, what about the wet floor bots? And I was like, oh my god, I completely forgot.
Yeah, I was here. I joined exactly the moment you said that.
Yeah.
I joined at the right time. It feels like there's something. How many are there? Do we know? Let's look that up.
That is a fantastic question.
Floor bots are in ruin.
Chat, can you find it
27.
before Withered? Never mind. 27. Is that 27 including the 4 surrounding him in the room?
No, it appears to be just the ones you need to deactivate.
Okay, so it's
So in total, there's
31?
31. Yeah.
I'll just put that just in case.
It's weird how relevant they are in Security Breach compared to the original one. You know what? I'm sure someone said this already. Maybe you could tie the wet floor bots to the Rasks. The remote activates. So a connection we made on the TD stream, like way back, was the Rask blueprint in FNAF 6 is remote activated simulated C. And so the C would stand for child, which is why the wet floor bots make the crying child noises. Because they too are modern day Rasks. So maybe the Rask is like the audio lure technology in FNAF 6 and presumably FNAF 3 as well. I'm assuming that they had that audio lure technology installed in most like Blueprint Fazbear locations, and that was what allowed them to connect to the network and get their characters to move around when they wanted to. I think that's kind of the tech they use to influence their characters, like which is why the spring locks are sounds activated.
Mm-hmm.
I think they kind of went away from that with the classics and started using AI for them instead. But then they pivoted back to it with the toys, because the toys are designed to walk towards sound, and so are the fun times as well to an extent. So I'd imagine the Rasks are kind of the binding glue of this theory. You'd have them be the network responsible for moving characters around and connecting the technology. And so the next time we see a connecting thread of technology, like, would be Security Breach. And that's why they're everywhere in Security Breach and why we have to deactivate them to find the last lost part of the network, I suppose.
Oh. Okay.
Chat, did I cook?
Chat, let him know if he cooked. I think he cooked. Yeah, no, that does make a lot of sense. And you were saying how like they started with they went from the sound technology over to the network, and then they with the toys they kind of went back to the sound. And that is kind of what like I think I put a bullet point that kind of said that. Where like they realized that both of their technologies together would work best because one of them allows all of them to communicate with one another, and the other one allows one of them to get all the information that it needs. I think the best way to put it is, if they just had the sound technology, then two animatronics could be on far parts of the pizzeria, and only one of them might hear the sounds. If they had the networking, then that would mean that they wouldn't be able to follow the sound cues. But if they have both, then one person could hear the sounds and call the other animatronic over in order to, have both animatronics near the party. Yeah.
There's a thought to be made here, a connection.
There are thoughts.
Yeah, people do tend to think. It's interesting. Yeah, I think the Rasks are definitely. Let me look up the blueprint. Maybe that there's something there.
Is it just
Okay, remote
RA?
activated. Remote activated simulated C. A. Navigational sensors. Oh, this is a good one. B. Heat uplink / sensor override. Nodes must remain connected to central server at all times or risk duplicate signature. Variable alpha to remain at 98.6. We looked at 98.6 already. It seems to be irrelevant. C. Individual emitter. Nodes must remain connected to central server at all times or risk inaccurate represented population. Audio controlled by central server. So these are all connected to a central server. Could the argument be made that there's a Rask installed in every single animatronic, like connected to the network? Because they're shaped like typical tech nodes, like it's this like prism. Let me send you the blueprint just so you have it.
Yeah. It very well could be. Yeah. Oh, this thing. Oh, I forgot
exactly. Yeah. Show it to chat just so they know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, they are getting it in 2 seconds. There we go. I'm not making that a bullet point because that cuts off half the information.
Yeah. So it must remain connected to central server to risk duplicate signature or risk inaccurate represented population, which means that they are made specifically so that there can only be one of them at a time. So it's like there can only be one unique one at a time. Like you can have several of them, but it is imperative for some reason that each one be marked as individual and that the amount of them be always accurate, which wouldn't really be that necessary if they were just audio alerts, right?
Right.
What if each one of them is assigned to an individual animatronic, and that's why they can't be duplicated, or
That's
they
why
can't represent an inaccurate amount?
That's why Vanessa was threatening to get rid of Glamrock Freddy and just replace him, because they need to go through this entire process of trying to get this Rask thing in order to link it up to Freddy.
And that's what the Help 1 and 2 minigame would be, of training the endoskeleton. It would be tuning the Rask to the central server to get it to agree with specific things, like the match the pairs. If you match the pairs the same way the other endoskeletons match the pairs, you're now part of the Rask system. So it's a connection of animatronics that are all taught the same thing and taught to function in the same way. And that's what it is.
This is awesome. I'm so glad that you sent me this. I am incredibly happy that you sent me this.
See, I told you that with
completely
4 bots
forgot
were the
about this.
connection.
Oh my god. Maybe the Rasks may be related to the Cleanovac?
I'd say they'd be more connected to the little mushroom guys. You've brought them up, right?
The
sure you have.
Mycelium Men?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you brought up like the connections between mycelium men and actual mycelium and what it does in nature? Because that's also relevant.
Oh my god. Oh god, this
Do you want me to explain?
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, you could explain while I'm typing. Actually, that would help.
Yeah, Chad, for those of you unaware, in real life, so mycelium, from my limited knowledge of fungi, mycelium is like the network. It's a network fungus, right? And it's kind of like, imagine like the roots, quote unquote, of like mushrooms and whatever, would be mycelium. And they connect together and they form a network that can form symbiotic relationships with other plants. They can connect to other plants, they can live with other plants, and they can like trade nutrients with each other and so on. And it creates essentially a vast interconnected network of organisms that cooperate with each other and exchange nutrients, which is literally just what Terminal is talking about right now, which is a network of characters that are all operated by one central kind of set of rules. I think we're cooked.
I think we're
more like I
cooking.
cooked. Yeah. I told you that the what 4 bots are relevant. Thank you to whoever brought them up.
Yes. Thank you, utter clown. Oh my god. I'm just hoping that this doesn't turn into another I have to wait 2 months to get this video out, because there's just so much evidence pointing towards this. I wanted this to be like a 2-week thing, 3 weeks tops.
Utter clown. Also, the mycelium commercial has them connecting wirelessly to jam together, just as a reminder for chat. This isn't just association with the words. Yeah, of course, they're a wireless system, and you have one in like several relevant points. Like FNAF, John FNAF brought this up. You have them in the F10 room. You have one in the room in Edwin's house. You have them all over the facility. You have them in the infamous, to me maybe, returns room, which is my favorite room in the factory because it has so much environmental storytelling. It's just, they're very obviously meant to be just everywhere.
There's also like the Fredbear plush possibly wirelessly connecting to the walkie-talkie. Yes. I kind of mentioned that, I think, in one of Vengeful Fiona videos, but it's like supposed to be the next iteration of a Mycelium Men plushie, which then eventually leads to the Nightmarion plushies that we see. You know, they're all sort of that interconnected. For some reason, they're using plushies as this weird spyware.
Yeah. Plushies. Well, it could be that they're just imitating the Fredbear plush.
It could be, yeah.
I guess it could be a sense that like, oh, we've seen William do this before, so why not just do this ourselves? I guess that could be the logic.
Is there anything super important that I'm missing here? I don't think so. This is already a lot of a lot of information.
I'm sorry.
No, this is I'd rather have more information and be able to pick and choose which ones that I want to use than not enough information. And but yeah, no, this is pretty peak. I think I am going to Can I fit this onto the previous page? I think I am going to probably wrap things up here, and then I'll send them over to your. Okay, I can't do that. Send them over to your new video. How's that sound?
Sounds good. Video's not doing that great, so it's appreciated.
It's because I'm holding all of your viewers hostage.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, man. You're holding all of them. I'm so freaking pissed right now.
Every single one. So we'll go to face cam. Oh god, you're massive.
Uh,
We'll put you down there. There you go.
you know what else is massive?
The low taper fade.
Sorry, old meme. old meme.
No, this has been
I'll
coming
go
across my
away now.
TikTok again. He's
Again?
really dragging the meme this time.
Dragging the meme for so long, it lasted 3 years. It's crazy how like meme lifespans have changed, because like back in the day, memes would last decades, you know.
and now it's like a month tops.
A week. Yeah. A
Yeah.
month is like generational levels.
Yeah. Where are you? You know what? I'll
Like the
just-
only big phenomenon meme we've had in actual like a decade is 6-7, and that one wasn't even good.
It wasn't good.
I'm glad it's dead though.
All right, chat. All right. So if I drop this in here, y'all can see that, right? That incredible link. I need you to smash that link button, all right? I need you to click the link and head over to Withered Circle. We're going to be ending here soon. So if you want to like sit here and listen to me say goodbye, sure. Why not? But it's going to be like 30 more seconds. Withered Circle, I liked your new video. Utter Cloud came from your video, it seems
W.
like.
W
actually-
Barts.
I'll do what Raven does and just spam it a few times. There you go. You can't miss it now. All right. I can't
This
believe
guy's
Terminal,
using the TD strats.
can't believe Terminal finally grew all his hair. I've had my hair. Okay, I've had 2 haircuts since I went bald. I don't know what you people are talking about. Okay.
Yeah, your
Jeez.
hair's looked like that for ages already.
I know.
I genuinely forgot you went bald.
My chat does not
It's been
forget.
so long already.
They do not forget anything. Anyway,
An elephant never forgets.
yeah, exactly. Anyway, guys, thanks for coming to stream today. Very, very informative. I'm glad we did it, and we'll probably have to do more of these in the future. But until then, go watch this guy's video. Okay,
True.
it's somewhere around here. You still have the link. Go click on it, and I'll see you guys next time.